Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'll call into open session this meeting of the Arlington Independent School District Board of Trustees for June 12, 2014 at 7:09 p.m. I want to thank everyone for coming out to be with us this evening. We'll start our meeting with the opening ceremony. Will you please join John Hibbs in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Now, if you would, please silence all cell phones and electronic devices to avoid disruptions to those around you. And now, if you would please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. This evening, President Hogg can't be with us so we wish him safe travels on his planned business trip. So I'll be presiding over the meeting this evening. And first up, we have in our programs and presentations something that I'm looking forward to hear about, the Richard Greene Scholarship Recipients Update. Norm Lyons will give us an update on how the program is progressing and tell us what some of the students have accomplished. Thank you for being with us this evening.
I want to thank you for allowing me a few minutes just to go over a great program. I also want to thank the principals and the counselors who each year make it real difficult for us because they send us 3 applicants from each of the 6 high schools, and then we have to sit there and try to figure out who can we, because everybody's deserving. And I also want to thank the Texas Rangers because I retired from the Rangers in November of '09, and they allowed me to continue to serve on the selection committee, which is a thrill for me every year. And I also want to thank Dr. Cavazos because when I was with the Rangers, anytime I wanted a school program, I could call him, go see him, bounce it off him, and he could tell me that would work or that couldn't work. And I want to thank you publicly for that. Now, in 1997, Tom Schieffer, who was president of the Rangers at that time, wanted to honor Richard Greene, who was real instrumental in the public-private partnership of building the ballpark in Arlington, now known as Globe Life Park in Arlington. His commitment to public service is legendary. So we had a meeting with then Superintendent Lynn Hale, talked about what we want to do in the Richard Greene Scholar Programs Board. So what we said we would do is that beginning in the spring of 1998, we would select in the junior year a Richard Greene Scholar from each of the 5 high schools at that time and let them know that if they were strong in community service, school service, strong in the classroom, that they'd have a chance to become the scholar. Also, if they were awarded the scholarship, there'd be a mentorship program, and there would be internships. And the internships would be with the AISD, the Commissioner's Court, City of Arlington, Mission Arlington, River Legacy, and we started off with the Chamber as well. So it was a great program. So what we did, we said we would provide $2,500 a year for 4 years, so for a total value of $10,000. In order to maintain that scholarship, you'd have to be a full-time student, which is minimum of 12 hours. You have to have a GPA or 3.0 or better each semester, and then you would have to send an essay, in those days to me, each semester, just stating some of the events that went on the semester just completed. So we're off and running. Now, I've had the great pleasure of going to awards night. And over the years, I would go to Sam Houston. And I want to tell you a little bit about some of the students who have gone through this program from SAM. 1998, Heather Smith now has a PhD in health administration, and she's associate chief of health and information at the Dallas Veterans Administration. Palak Parikh, she's a nephrologist. I had to look it up. It's a study of the kidney. And to get that type of degree, now you go through medical school, then 3 years of internship in internal medicine, then you have to take another exam. Then if you pass that exam, then you have to apply for this fellowship. That's another 2 to 3 years. Then you have to take another exam. She's done it, Dr. Palak Parikh. Nailu Shuri got a master's in public administration, and she's now working for NRG Energy in Jersey. Jackie Scott has a PhD in physical therapy. I'm talking Sam Houston, folks. Karina Solorio is a graduate from Texas A&M, and she's a member of the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers. Solomon Sanya, he is a captain in the U.S. Air Force with a master's in technology. He works in international cybersecurity. Din Phan came to this country from Vietnam in '87, spoke no English. Her parents didn't speak English. When we interviewed Din her junior year, she was an AP English. It's amazing. She had a mentor by the name of Liz Ann Peters that probably some of you know. Liz asked her, what about college? She said, I'd love to go to Duke, but I probably couldn't get in. Liz Ann, on her nickel, flew to Duke with, then they went to admissions, they toured the campus. Long story short, 4 years later, she's graduated from Duke. She gets accepted to Harvard. She gets her master's in Harvard. Now, she's at the University of Boston U, working on a PhD in education. Came here at age 7, couldn't speak English. Aman Shuri, senior financial analyst at OmniCap. Alan Reese, project manager at Limcon Americas. Anam Sulman, she's a 2014 graduate in pharmacology, has a doctorate in pharmacology. Ada Hylam Merriam is just graduated from Brown. And Catherine Sims is just graduated from St. John's and applied to Teach for America. Maria Martinez, Ruth Masadi, and Fitnat Agrai, all from SAM, are all at UT Arlington right now. And why are they at UT Arlington? It's a great school, right? But Jim Spaniola was so impressed with the Richard Greene Scholar Program. If you go to UTA as a Richard Greene Scholar, everything is free. I'm talking about room and board, books, parking, meals, you name it. They will graduate from college with 0 debt. Thank you, Jim Spaniola. Hannah Kopetsky, who I gave the award to last month at the awards ceremony, I asked her dad, where's Hannah going? He said, she's going to UTA. You know, it's a great country, folks. Then I want to mention this. These aren't SAM graduates, but Dominic Edwards from Bowie, class of 2011, will be the student body president at Baylor upcoming year, Bowie High School. Ryan Stewart, who was in the first class from Martin High School, went to Stanford for undergrad and got his master's. Last month, he defended his dissertation, got his PhD from Harvard, his ED from Harvard. They started a job for him. He is now the executive director of the Office of School Improvement and Innovation for the city of Philadelphia. You know, Arlington ISD got a lot to be proud of. You really do. In fact, by going to these awards night, you really start to find out how many people are involved in helping students. You have individuals, you have service groups, and you have companies. In fact, I have a text from Tom Schieffer. He sent me today. He said, please let the school board know how supportive I am of the Greene Scholars. One of the best things we ever did while I was president of the Rangers. Hope the board will continue to support it. This is Ambassador Tom Schieffer, ambassador doing a business administration to Australia for 4 years and then to Japan for 4 years. So these are the type of people that these kids have had a chance to meet. But getting back to this, and I don't mean to take this much time, but at that meeting, awards meeting, I had a chance to meet Eric Salas, and who graduate of SAM in 2001. I had a chance to meet Justin Chopper, graduate, SAM 2001. Come here, Eric. Tell these, I mean, what these two young men are doing. I mean, it's mind-boggling.
And thank you very much. And I appreciate you guys giving me the time to come up here and say a couple words. And thank you, Mr. Lyons, for that, piggybacking off of his time and everyone else's time. And thank you for having us, and thank you guys for hearing this as well. I guess I'm just going to tell you really quickly about the scholarship. Me and Justin started it when we were 23. I think I had to use my own scholarship money to fund the scholarship so we could give it to somebody else. And for the past 8 years or so, I think we've given out close to $20,000, over 20 recipients, some going to Brown, some going to Rice, some going to UT, some going to St. John's, some going to top names programs across the United States. And pretty much what we're trying to get across with this scholarship is just to let everybody know that it's just everyday people can give back. And you don't have to wait until you have your MBA or you have your doctorate. You could be working anywhere, and you can always give back something. And I was able to give back a little bit. We've had a ton of people donate money to the scholarship who are waiters. They're waiters at restaurants. Their moms, their dads. A lot of people have found out that we started the scholarship, and then they want to give us money so that we can give more money out in the name of that scholarship. And so that's pretty much what we're doing. We've been doing, we'll continue to do it as long as I have a bank account with some money in it. I'll find a way to try to give it back to graduates of SAM. And it's just a way to try to remind other people that it's just an everyday guy trying to give back, and you can do it too. So that's about it, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. You know, he's a...
You please come to the mic, yeah. Thank you. So
he is a professor at TCC in history. How did you get involved in history?
Oh, well, history teacher at Sam Houston. I enjoyed his class, and I knew that that's probably what I want to do for the rest of my life. I would be teaching at Sam if they would have hired me, but...
Well, we'd like to thank you very much for coming out this evening and sharing the tremendous success of Arlington students that have been blessed by your support as well. Our district and our students are very blessed that we don't operate in a vacuum or an island, with that we have tremendous community support, and that foundation that's stronger and stronger year after year puts our children on a great path to success. So we appreciate your work and look forward to continued partnership. So thank you very much. We also have another great group with us this evening that we are so looking forward to speaking with you too. Sergeant Jaquisa Jones of the Arlington Police Department and President of African American Police Officers Association of Arlington will present a very special scholarship in the honor of fallen officer Jillian Smith.
Good evening. Good evening to everyone. Thank you for allowing us to be here. I appreciate, on behalf of the association, we do have Lieutenant Tarek McGuire, who was with the police department, the East District, that will give a brief overview of what the scholarship is for, and then we'll immediately go into the presentations for our winners.
Dr. Cabasas and the school board, the assistant superintendents. I'm Lieutenant Tarek McGuire with the Arlington Police Department. I stand here today on behalf of the African Americans Peace Officers Association of Arlington. Allow me to introduce a few people. Lieutenant Tracy Baker, Lieutenant Letitia Watson, and then we have Cheryl Carpenter with the Office of Communications. Just like the gentleman just commented, we too acknowledge the importance of education. Actually, to be a police officer within the city of Arlington, you must have a bachelor's degree. And so we stand here today acknowledging and recognizing Officer Jillian Smith, who was a student within Arlington Independent School District and also a graduate of UTA. She joined our police department and gave dedicated service. In December of 2010, she fatally lost her life to save another person's life. In her memory, we give this scholarship and we were able to identify and acknowledge 3 graduating seniors within the city of Arlington this year. I allow Sergeant Jones to call those persons by name. We have some checks to give them, not to be cash, but but to acknowledge what they will be receiving once they go off to college. Dr. Cavazos, do you mind stepping down just a few moments?
Okay, the scholarship selection was very difficult and all students were deserving. We were able to narrow it to the 3. So what I'd like to do is ask our first prize recipient with the amount of $2,500, student of Bowie High School, Miss Yahaira Morales Castro, to please come forward. You're fine. No, you're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine. There you go. And if you'll look this way, she's going to take pictures. Okay. And if you don't mind coming a step over this way. Our second prize winner, who is also a senior, and she is at Seguin High School, and her prize is $1,500, and that will be for LaCara Rogers. Right between them two. You'll step over here, please. And our third place recipient, who also had a great scholarship, he is also a senior at Seguin High School, and we will ask Mr. Anton D. Clark to come forward for the amount of $1,000. And will you two go? The first one. And then on your side. Go ahead. And if I may, while they're taking pictures, and I hope it's okay, we are having our 4th annual Jillian Smith Scholarship Gala Friday, June the 27th, 2014, 8 p.m. at the Casherelle, which is in Arlington off of East Lamar Street. And if you'd like more information, we can definitely direct you to our association Facebook page, our African American Peace Officer Association of Arlington, or you can go to Eventbrite to purchase tickets. Or if you'd like more information, I can leave my business cards here with the committee head's information, and we'd love to have you come out and support with us. Thank you.
If we could just hold on for just a moment, please. There's one thing that we do as trustees. It's a small token, but something that's very important to us when there are so many community members that go far above and beyond the call of duty to make sure that students have the best possible paths to education. We like to acknowledge that by sharing our trustee pins, and this evening we would like to share them with our police officers. They're here from the association, Mr. Lyons, and so forth. So if you'll hang on just a moment, we'll bring them around. Thank you so much. So, We are truly blessed with a tremendous community that comes forth to support our students in a variety of ways. And another way they do so is to participate in committees and spend hours and hours and hours of their time evaluating our work, providing input to us so that we can also do our very best work. This evening, we have the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee report to the board. Dr. Reich, did you have anything you wanted to add before the start?
No, I am very happy that we're here tonight to receive this report from the committee, and just in advance, thank you, Jeannie, as chair of that Citizens Committee, and for all the work that you put into it, and for the entire committee here.
I feel like a huge underachiever right now. I apologize. I do not come bearing scholarship money, but I do bear a really great update. Vice President Sullins, members of the board, Superintendent Cavazos, it is my privilege to present the semi-annual update of the 2009 bond program from the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. A brief overview to the board and the audience members who may be unfamiliar with the CBOC. The Citizens Bond Oversight Committee was established to provide transparency and enhance public confidence in the use of the proceeds from the sale of the bonds authorized in the 2009 bond election. As a part of our charge, the CBOC makes findings and recommendations to the Board of Trustees relating to the expenditure of both bond funds authorized by AISD voters on November 3rd, 2009. Additionally, the CBOC is charged with monitoring the progress of the 2009 bond program. We also help find ways that the district can maximize the potential of the 2009 program so that our children and the taxpayers receive the best outcomes for the dollar. Our membership is made up of a diverse group of Arlington citizens who serve 2-year terms staggered so that no more than half of the committee turns over in any 1 year. And as you all may recall, in order to finish out this 5th and last year of the 2009 bond program, the board extended the terms of half of our current board members to January of 2015. We represent all students, school campuses, and taxpayers within the boundaries of AISD. We generally meet once a quarter, and we have met twice since our last board update in October. Both meetings occurred at the Professional Development Center. The February meeting focused on bond program updates in the fall of 2013 and the methodology and the details of the proposed 2014 bond program. And the March meeting highlighted the 2014 bond sale and project updates. The district staff continues to serve as a tremendous support for the CBOC. And in advance, we want to thank the entire district staff, Cindy Powell, Bob Carlisle, Chad Branham, Jeremy Earnhardt, Colleen Martin, Tony Drollinger, Mandy Mew, and Jill Galloway, who provided us with countless status updates at our meetings and have responded to every question that we have asked. We are happy to report that a total of $193.1 million, or 98% of the $197.5 million bond package, has been funded and committed, leaving a current estimated surplus of $4.4 million. This bond program, in its 5th and final year, is on time and under budget, and there are no major problems with construction or procurement, and there are no significant environmental, legal, or real estate issues. In review of how the $197.5 million bond package was initially allocated, covering 4 core areas: fine arts, transportation, technology, and facilities. And at the request of Ms. Sullins at our last report, we have provided a district scorecard. Midway through the 5th and final year of the 2009 AISD bond program, the CBOC has issued straight A's to the district staff with regard to their implementation and oversight of all scheduled projects. So let's look at each area in more detail, starting with fine arts. 100% of the $8.35 million allotted for new uniforms, orchestra, and band equipment has been spent or obligated. The remaining 2014 bond proceeds planned for fine arts equipment and uniforms is $1.4 million. Bids for the fine arts instruments and equipment for the 2014 or year 5 of the bond program were approved by the Board of Trustees in February. Schools are submitting their equipment requests to the Fine Arts Director, and orders are on track for summer delivery. Uniforms for Sam Houston High School's band and Arlington High School's drill team round out the uniform purchases for this bond package. The next area of the bond package is transportation. The 2014 bond proceeds planned for the new buses equal $2.8 million. The 2014 bus purchases are 24 propane buses consisting of 12 regular education buses and 12 special education buses. Pricing for the 2014 bus purchases was secured through the TASB Buy-Board Purchasing Cooperative and was approved by the Board of Trustees in February. The total cost is $2.6 million. The buses have been ordered and delivery is expected in September of this year. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, under the Texas Emissions Reduction Plan, awarded the district a grant for $930,000 for buses purchased in 2013, and the district expects payment sometime this quarter. 100% of technology upgrade funds have been spent and obligated to date. Network and wireless equipment upgrades completed at Dunn, Duff, Ditto, Key, and Little elementary schools in Lamar High School this last quarter. 298 professional development opportunities have been offered since January, and participation in these events totaled over 2,800 attendees. The focus of these sessions has been integrating technology into the total learning experience. Technology training is being targeted to paraprofessionals through a Paraprofessionals Academy, and since January, 48 hours of training have been offered, with 475 seats filled. Highlighting the Transformation Through Innovation grant, 69 grants totaling $374,000 have been approved. TI grants provide the funds for innovative uses of technology to provide students with learning experiences that would otherwise not be possible in a non-digital environment. The grant recipients will share the lesson plans and project results with others, mentor a TI grant recipient the following year, and they presented with their students at the TI Showcase in May of this year. The majority of the equipment purchased with these funds has been delivered already to the schools. And now for the largest area, facilities. We have currently spent or obligated 97% of the $115.9 million allocated for the facilities budget. Proposals have been opened on 2 major mechanical engineer and plumbing projects planned for summer of 2014, an auditorium return air system and electrical switchgear replacement at Martin High School, and a standalone AC system for IDF and MDF rooms at 20 campuses across our district. The major remodel projects for this summer include elementary gym flooring at 24 locations and athletic locker repair and replacement at the junior highs and high schools. Additionally, facilities projects approved for the funding through the bond program include classroom additions at Knox, Blanton, and Rankin. Construction is on schedule for the classrooms to open in August of 2014. And the design phase for a new elementary school in East Arlington is underway. This school was funded with surplus fund balance in the general fund and is scheduled to open in August of 2015. Additional facilities projects that were approved for funding through the bond program are Shackelford Junior High, the replacement of 2 boilers is underway. Sam Houston High School, the replacement of a fire alarm system, and at Barnett Junior High School, the replacement of their fire alarm system there. Of note to the committee, as we learned about the processes included in the proposed, now approved 2014 bond program, the facilities assessment that the district undertook in 2013 was a critical first step that was a significant improvement from the development of the 2009 bond program. We feel that there is a very professional and thorough understanding of the facilities improvements needed as a part of the 2014 bond program that will yield project actuals that are much more closely aligned with the estimates. From an oversight perspective, this was a major improvement in the process. And with that, that concludes our brief, subject to your questions.
Board members with questions?
No questions, just a statement. The CBOC will be coming to us sometime in the near future with some ideas and recommendations on how to improve the CBOC process and the committee makeup, structure, organization as we move forward in preparing our next Citizen Bond Oversight Committee for our current bond that just passed. And so thank you in advance for that work that you guys will be doing as well.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no others, just as soon as you get one job finished, it's almost time to start another. We're certainly glad that of all the work that's been done with the Citizens Bond Oversight over the life of the 2009 bond, and now to even move it and raise the bar on us on transparency is outstanding. So thank you very much to your committee. Are there people here this evening that are part of the committee?
Not that I saw, but there
Well,
are
it
a
is
lot
summer.
of people
It is
here.
summer, yeah. So I thought I'd just check. So thank you very much. We appreciate your work, appreciate your feedback, and look forward to continued dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll consider administrative appointments.
Thank you, Vice President Sullins. I'd like to recommend the individuals discussed in closed session for the principal of Mary Moore Elementary, assistant principal for Seguin High School, assistant principal for Boles Junior High, and assistant principal for Shackelford Junior High.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the administrative appointments as discussed in executive session?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Gloria Pena and a second by John Hibbs. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. The motion passes. Again, Mr. Hogg is out this evening on a business trip. We're pleased to have some new administrators in the district. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, Vice President Sullins. And this time I'd like to introduce the principal of Mary Moore Elementary, Dr. Christy Buell. Dr. Buell attended Texas A&M University and received her Bachelor of Science in Educational Curriculum and Instruction. Attended East Texas State University for her master's and Texas A&M University Commerce for her doctor in education. Most recently was an executive director of school leadership in Dallas ISD, has been an executive leadership coach and principal coach in Hillsborough County Public Schools, and a principal as well. A principal in Nebraska and a principal in Tennessee as well. Director of training and design and product development in Tennessee, and has also been a classroom teacher. Dr. Buell, welcome, and anything you'd like to say, anyone you'd like to introduce?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Vice President Sullins and School Board and Superintendent Cavazos. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how excited I am to be here and for the opportunity to join the Arlington Independent School District. I look forward to serving the students and the community for many years to come, and it's just an honor and a privilege, so I'm excited to be here. I also want to thank my family for being here and for all the support that they've given me in my career that's helped me to get to this point. And I also want to thank the staff at Mary Moore as we begin this journey together. I look forward to collaborating with them and providing leadership for just a great school. And as we continue that tradition of excellence at Mary Moore and work together to take the school to even greater heights together. So thank you again. This is an incredible opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Buell. Next, I'd like to introduce the assistant principal of Seguin High School, Ms. Tambia Wesco. Tambia attended University of Texas at Dallas and received her Bachelor of Arts, and attended Texas A&M University Commerce to receive her Master of Education. Most recently, a pre-AP teacher and Science Department Chair at Cedar Hill ISD, and has also taught at Winfrey Academy Charter Schools and Honors Academy Charter Schools in Dallas. Tambia, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say, anyone you'd like to introduce?
Yes, I'd like to introduce my family, because that's mainly why I'm here, for their support. My husband, Bryant, and my daughter, Bailey, and my son, BJ, who is now currently taping me as I'm speaking on his device. But Vice President Sullins, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos, I am honored to serve the student, staff, and community as the assistant principal at Juan Seguin High School. Words can possibly not express how I feel. I'm extremely excited for the 2014-2015 school year. I think in my whole educational career, I've never wanted a summer to go by so fast. Initially, this job was brought to me by one of my current APs, and I was a little unsure about applying at first. I was like, I don't know. And then I kind of got intrigued, and I asked her, what's the school? And she said, well, it's Seguin. I said, oh, I've heard a lot about that school. I've heard that it has great campus culture, the administrative staff is very supportive, and it has a family feel. And that was last week Friday, and here I am standing in front of you 7 days later. And so here I am. Like many educators, education was not my first career choice. I initially started wanting to be a doctor, and I spent my high school and college career taking that path. But along the way, about 3 years in, I started working at a children's home in Ruston, Louisiana. And it dealt with at-risk youth from abused, neglected, drug-infested, just deplorable living environments. And what I found out was that I was good with kids, especially at-risk kids. They were able to do things for me that they wouldn't do for other people. They would do group activities. I could get them to do their homework. We could have a civil conversation with minimal profanity. And so I realized at that point that I was really good with youth. That next year, after I graduated, I immediately enrolled into a teacher certification program. So my pathway completely changed in that one semester that I worked in that children's home. Without the continued support of my family, friends, and coworkers, I believe none of this would have been possible. I'm pretty sure that my husband will be knowing that the Kool-Aid jug and the occasional piece of furniture and his shaving cream will return home. Because as educators, we take things from the house and we take them to school and use them. And they're wondering where they went. My son's G.I. Joe's Superman ski mask, my daughter's hair blow dryer will also be coming back home. So I know they're definitely excited about that. In closing, I would like to thank Mr. Nix and Michelle Wimmer-Sonato, I know they're she said she was in the back, and Dr. Cavazos for the opportunity to become part of the Arlington ISD family. I look forward to aiding in Seguin's growth toward exemplary. Like many in this room, family is extremely important to me. And from my family to yours, thank you again for your belief in me. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce the Assistant Principal of Boles Junior High School, Mr. Scott Gutowski. Scott attended Texas A&M University in Galveston, received his Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, attended University of Texas at Arlington to receive his Master of Education in Educational Leadership, most recently an IPC Chemistry, Physics teacher and level leader at Lamar High School, and has also taught biology and physics in Alvarado. Scott, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say? Anyone you'd like to introduce?
Yes. Thank you, Vice President Solons, and thank you, board members. Thank you, Dr. Cavazos, for this great opportunity to serve as administrator at Boles Junior High. There are many people that have helped me along the way. I would like to recognize Mr. Providence. He was instrumental in me getting involved in administration, kind of pushed me into joining the program and getting my master's program. Dr. Harmon also has been very instrumental in pushing me along, gave me an opportunity to gain experience as an administrator, and I'm eternally grateful for all of the help and support I've gotten from Mr. Hill in the Assistant Principal's Program, and also Michelle Wimmer-Sonato. I want to recognize them. Thank you very much. I also want to thank my wife, Ashley, and she's been a rock for me to support me throughout my graduate program. You can imagine with raising kids and her just being there to support me. I'm very thankful for her. We thought better to bring our kids. My daughter's 6 and her name's Ava, and she probably would have got up here and sang every song to Frozen. Probably would have grabbed the mic out of my hand. And my son, he's 1, need I say more, 1-year-old. And a board meeting is probably not very good. But I do look forward to building relationships with parents, community, the faculty members at Boles Junior High. It's got a great reputation, and I just hope I can help build that reputation. And obviously our goal is to maximize learning for all the students there, and I look forward. I'm very anxious to get there and get started. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce the Assistant Principal of Shackelford Junior High School, Ms. Grishetta Willis. Crishetta attended the University of Houston to receive her Bachelor of Science in Psychology, and the University of North Texas to receive her Master of Education in Special Education, and has most recently been a special education teacher at Hutchinson Junior High School. Crishetta, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say? Anyone you'd like to introduce?
Yes. I'd like to introduce my family and friends. Zach, thank you for y'all's support. It is a privilege to stand before you as the new assistant principal at Shackelford Junior High. I'm ecstatic to work alongside Mr. Hagman and Mr. Scroggins as an instructional leader serving the students, staff, and community. I would like to thank the many who have played an elaborate role in developing my leadership skills. And I would also like to thank the staff and students of Hutchinson Junior High. It has been an incredible 6 years, and I have so many memories, and Hutch will always be a special part of my heart. I've already introduced my family and friends. So I'd like to thank you, the board. Excuse me, I'm sorry I did not address Vice President Sullins, the board members, and Dr. Cavazos. My apologies. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to this new venture in AISD.
As is our custom, we ask that the applicants follow Mr. Kell to the lobby for receiving lines, so each of us get an opportunity to meet you and welcome you. If you would let the board go first, so we would appreciate that, so that we could take a brief break and participate also. You guys would go ahead, please. We will return at 8 o'clock. Thank you, and thank you. Yeah. Now we come to our open forum for agenda items, but we do not have any cards this evening for open forum for agenda items. Double checking, are there any new ones? No. Okay, thank you. So then we will move next to our consent agenda. Trustees, are there any items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda? Seeing none. Ms. Powell? Nice try.
Good evening. President Sullins, board members, Dr. Cavazos. We have no bids on the agenda this evening, and we only bring our donations on the first regular meeting of the month, so we've already had that report. We have a couple of purchases over $50,000 that we're seeking approval for, and some budget changes on grants. So.
Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Mace. A motion from John Hibbs and a second by Keisha Mace to accept the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Mr. Rush is out for a moment. We have the motion passes with 5 votes. Thank you. Moving on. Now we move on to our discussion item this evening, the 2014-2015 proposed budget. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, Vice President Sullins. And at this point, we'd like to discuss, continue our discussion of our proposed budget. We had that discussion the last board meeting. We started that. And so there's other pieces to this budget, and Cindy Powell will lead us through that presentation, and we'll answer some questions as well.
Vice President Sullins, board members, Dr. Cavazos, as Dr. Cavazos just mentioned, we started our conversation on budget on June 3rd, and at that meeting we talked about the preliminary budget for the general fund only. And so tonight we're going to continue that discussion, and we'll bring into the mix the budgets for the other funds. So just to kind of review the process, again, you see where we are this evening. We will discuss the preliminary budget for all the funds, including the general fund, natural gas fund, debt service, construction fund, and food service fund, including staffing needs. We'll discuss FFC recommendations, and within that conversation, that's actually a separate item on the agenda, we'll talk about compensation and benefits there. Then there's another item on the agenda this evening where the board will vote on the proposed tax rate that will go in the newspaper for the hearing on the proposed budget and tax rate. If we need to, we can continue the budget discussions next week. If not, we will come back on June 26th with the expectation that we will adopt the budget that evening after we have our public hearing. We have to adopt the budget by June 30th since our fiscal year begins on July 1st, and then we'll actually adopt the tax rate in August after we get our certified property values. So this slide shows a summary of the expenditure budgets for all of our funds. The entire budget for all funds totals over $800 million. This includes construction work and purchases that will be made with the first increment of our bond package that passed on May 10th, and we'll talk in more detail about that in just a moment. On the general fund, I'll highlight a few things here. This is a little different than we discussed at our last meeting. What has changed is we have incorporated into the budget the FFC recommendations that the board approved at the last meeting, totaled about $1.7 million. And we have also put into this budget proposed new positions. Then we'll go through a list of those in just a moment that came. These are recommendations coming from administration. So as you can see, as the budget stands right now in its proposed state, we have an operating surplus of $9.3 million. And again, this includes FFC recommendations, proposed new positions. There's nothing in the budget yet for salary increase or any changes to benefits. We discussed at length at the last meeting that because we are actually using some surplus fund balance in this upcoming year to build a new elementary school, at the end of the day, the bottom line on that budget worksheet that gets published will show a deficit. But it is only a deficit because we're taking surplus funds out of fund balance to build this elementary school. And accounting rules for governmental entities require that when you buy an asset, you expense the entire amount of that acquisition in the year you acquire the asset. And so we have to show the entire cost of building an elementary school as an expense in this upcoming year. And for that reason only, we'll show a deficit. But in terms of just looking at straight up operations, right now we have a $9.3 million surplus. We have, as I mentioned, included into this budget proposed new positions. These are positions that come outside of the staffing formulas that the board approved in December. There are several teaching positions for special program areas, including dyslexia, strings, deaf ed teachers based on enrollment needs and program design. We also have a coordinator for technology, strategic operations, another coordinator for fine arts, specialist for counseling. 2 instructional specialists, one in the math area to focus on needs in the K-2 grade levels, and then a special ed instructional specialist for in-home and parent education. We also have in the special ed area licensed specialists in school psychology. There are 3 of those, and 4 diagnosticians. One of those diagnosticians will actually work primarily with the dyslexia program. We have several positions here related to the bond program. I want to be very clear that these positions will exist for the life of the bond program. And so as we ramp up and we have construction and we need to manage that construction, we will do that with these positions. As that construction completes, we will size back down. This is a more efficient way for us to manage these programs than to outsource that service. So there are several positions here for that. there is a MAPS specialist. The MAP specialist is the individual who will work inside the plant services area and maintain the database of the facility condition information that we get from Jacobs that was the result of our facility assessment. Having that database will allow us to plan future maintenance needs, preventive maintenance, and also plan for future capital needs and maintain our buildings. So that's more of a technical and IT type individual who will do that work. So a total of 40 professional positions. We have also some paraprofessional and auxiliary positions, including several clerks in special program areas, an attendance clerk for Sam Houston, a secretary for the Director of Facilities Planning and Construction, also to assist with the managing the bond program, some sign language interpreters. This will allow us to reduce our expenditures for contracted services in this area. We hire these folks. Security dispatchers, and bus drivers. The bus drivers are needed to run routes to our new early college high school and our expanded course offerings for dual credit programs. So we have 6 of those in the budget. And then also a security officer for the Arlington Collegiate High School. I'll back up and show there's also a clinic assistant on here for the Arlington Collegiate High School. This is our partnership with TCC, and our agreement with them requires that we provide those positions in our facility. So there are a total of 19 admin support and auxiliary positions, and it brings the total of our new position recommendations to 59, and the total cost for base salaries on those individuals is $3 million. So that has already been entered into the budget and is coming as a recommendation from administration. So moving now into the other funds, then we have a budget for the natural gas fund, which accounts for our revenues generated from leasing mineral interest. The board has taken action to commit these funds for future special projects. So this actually is accounted for as a special revenue fund on our general ledger. And we can amend this budget at any time during the year for purposes authorized by the board. We have accounted here for budgeting for the mineral, the royalties that we expect to get in this upcoming year. And in terms of expenditures, this would strictly be mineral management fees and any legal fees that we expect to incur in this upcoming year. So the anticipated surplus in this fund is $1.2 million, which would bring the ending fund balance next June to $26.8 million. In the debt service fund, this is where we account for the revenue to pay our principal and interest, and then this is where we actually expend the funds to repay principal and interest on our bonds. We have factored into this particular budget the payments that we anticipate making on the bond sale that the board will order on June 26th. And we anticipate that with that bond sale, the tax rate will rise to 31.84 cents in this upcoming year. That's an estimated increase of 6.6 cents over the rate in place this year. And that is what is needed to provide for the principal and interest that will be owed next year. So there's really 2 things that play into that rate increase, one being the new bonds we're about to issue on our new bond program, and then also a reduction in the funds we'll get from the state for facilities assistance. That's a guaranteed yield program, and so as our property values grow, then from year to year we get less money for facilities assistance. And so we are getting less facilities assistance next year because our property values actually grew last year. And again, we will actually adopt the budget, or the tax rate rather, in August after we get our certified values, but we think that the rate will be about this 31.84 cents for the upcoming year. So here you see revenues and expenditures necessary to service our debt, and we would have a projected fund balance in this fund of $19 million at the end of next year. In the construction fund, this is where we deposit and account for the proceeds from bond sales. And so when we sell bonds, we take those proceeds, we put them into a construction fund. We actually create a separate set of books on our general ledger for each separate bond sale. So every year if we sell bonds, there'll be a whole separate fund created to track just those particular resources. So in the budget for this upcoming year, we have expenditures of funds from the 2009 bond program that will be wrapping up in the fall. We'll have expenditures for the new bond program that we are starting this summer. And we also have some expenditures from our local construction funds. So out of the 2009 bond program, we've actually sold all those bonds. We did the last bond sale in February. Those proceeds have been deposited into our construction fund, and we are paying off the projects, finishing up the projects that are scheduled to complete this year. We expect all of the projects that were planned for the 2009 bond program to wrap up in the fall. And you can see a list here of some of the work remaining. We'll have work that will wrap up this summer on elementary school classroom additions at 3 campuses. Also some mechanical and electrical and plumbing upgrade projects and technology upgrades. We purchased 24 propane buses. Those have been ordered. They should arrive in August or early September. We're also purchasing fine arts instruments and uniforms, as you heard from the CBOC report, and synthetic sports flooring at 24 elementary schools. We're beginning work on the 2014 bond program, and we will this is mostly design work in this first year in terms of the facilities piece of this. We will start work on the multipurpose activity centers, Career Tech Center, 2 new elementary schools, classroom addition at Workman, renovations for the dual language and fine arts academies that will be at Corey and at Rockmore, and also special ed alt curriculum program classroom additions, and then condition improvements for 43 campuses. We'll begin the design work on that in this upcoming year. We'll also purchase buses, white fleet vehicles, and fine arts instruments and uniforms again. And then in the technology area, we will purchase security cameras, GPS tracking system for our buses. We will enhance our wireless capabilities. We will replace older network equipment, and move into the virtual desktop implementation program that Mr. Branham has talked about before with the board. Copy machine replacements, purchasing mobile devices for our schools, and updating classroom standards, technology standards within each classroom, and also providing some equipment for special programs. So a lot going on there. In the local construction fund, we are including budgeting funds here for the furnishings that we will provide for the Arlington Collegiate High School. In our agreement with TCC, they are spending $13 million to build the building. And the agreement is that Arlington ISD will furnish and equip that building. The furnishings and equipment remain ours, but we pay for that cost. TCC is actually procuring these items, and they will simply bill us up to that $800,000 amount. And so we expect to expend that actually in July of this year. So the budget here has a $27 million deficit. That is because we've already sold bonds this year. Those proceeds are now sitting in fund balance. So again, we pull those out to construct the projects, pay for the projects that were planned for the 2009 bond program this summer. And so that's the only reason you see a deficit there. The Food Service Enterprise Fund, we always remind people that food service operates like a business. It gets no funding from the general fund. No tax revenue goes to the food service fund. We do have in this budget an increase in the lunch price of 10 cents. And that is actually required by the federal government as part of the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act that passed a couple of years ago. That act requires that local districts not use the federal subsidy for free meals to help subsidize the cost of paid meals. So there's a formula you have to apply each year to determine at what rate you set your pricing for paid meals. And you go through this each year, and in the 10 cents is the minimum increase required. You have to continue making that increase each year until your paid price finally reaches the federal reimbursement level. And at the same time, they continue to raise that reimbursement for free meals. So it's not sure, it's going to take quite some time to catch up to that. So we will see that increase annually. There's no change in breakfast prices here. There are 12.5 new food service positions built into the budget to service the Arlington Collegiate High School, to provide for increased participation throughout the district and to help with implementing a mandated universal free breakfast program. We'll talk about it in just a second. And then also 2 warehouse drivers and workers, again, to help provide for the additional needs brought on by the Universal Free Breakfast Program and increased participation. And also, we are now preparing meals at several sites where we had been providing satellite meals at our alternative schools, and so we have more deliveries to make, so they're required. We had a bill that passed in the last state legislative session, Senate Bill 376, that now requires that any school where you have 80% or more of your kids eligible for free or reduced price meals, the district has to offer universal free breakfast. We just have to provide that, offer it free to every student in the school, whether they are individually qualified for free or reduced or not. And the idea is that you should, with our federal subsidy, that's how you are supposed to pay for this. The federal subsidy does not fully cover our entire cost. We expect that we will have to absorb approximately $100,000 to implement this program. We actually early implemented this year at the schools that had the very highest percentage of kids who were on free lunch already, because we felt comfortable that we could recover our costs there, and it's been successful in those schools. But now then, this upcoming year is the year that the mandate takes effect, and we have to implement at additional schools. So there'll be a total of 34 schools that either have a breakfast in the classroom program or the universal free breakfast program. And again, we anticipate that there will be roughly a $100,000 loss that the food service fund will wind up absorbing because of this mandate from the state legislature. This is something that we intend to put on our list of unfunded mandates for the upcoming legislative agenda. This is a bar chart that shows the history of our participation. The thing you noticed here is that the blue portion of the bar gets bigger each year. Those are our kids that are on free status. And so you also notice our overall participation continues to increase by approximately 2% a year. We expect to serve over $10.5 million meals in this upcoming year. The budget here has a $200,000 surplus in the end, with an ending equity balance of $21.5 million is what we expect at the end of next year. We'll kind of close out where we started on this particular piece of the conversation, is back with the timeline. In just a moment, we're going to move into FFC recommendations. We'll have some additional conversation about possible adjustments to compensation and benefits there. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on the proposed budget.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Vice President Sullins. Let me start with one on the breakfast, 2 on the meals, actually. Across the district, just roughly, what % of our meals are paid and what % are free?
And maybe Mrs. Anderson can speak more specifically to that, but almost 68% of our kids qualify for free or reduced price meals. And so can you, let's see, we can give maybe a breakdown on the % of our actual meals served that are free versus paid. I don't know if we...
I think we have about 22% of our meals are paid. And of our free meals, about a half of all those that qualify are qualified by the state. That's the other thing that maybe y'all aren't aware. We get a file, a download every month from the state, and they directly certify children that are already on TANF, SNAP, and different things. So most of our kids are already directly certified by the state.
So they don't even have to
Fill out
bring in any paperwork or application or anything?
No, sir.
Okay, well, hang on there just a minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When we have the schools that have free breakfast for everybody,
Yes, sir.
do we still have a cashier?
Yes, we still have to claim them. Yes. We still record them by category, paid, free, and reduced. It's just that the kids that are eligible for reduced or paid do not give us money. But we still have to record those for our claim to the state each month because we get different reimbursement rates.
But if we have the breakfast program where everybody eats free, are we still doing the same thing?
Absolutely, yes.
But
Because
there's no money involved.
It's unfunded mandate. So the part that the paid students are supposed to pay in the reduced, we have to absorb it and give it to them free because the state made the Senate bill. And so there's no money from the kids. But we still have to claim them categorically to USDA and to TDA.
Thank you, that's all for you.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm not done yet. No, that was just the food part. Jeez. Can we go to the slide that has the new people on it right at the beginning? One more. Okay. A while back, we talked about inadequate salaries for our LSSPs and diagnosticians. The number on the right there, is that market, does that reflect market salary now?
It does. When we budget for new positions, for vacant positions, we budget that at the midpoint of the salary range. All of our pay grades have been calibrated, if you will, and are aligned with market. And so that midpoint is spot on the market, yes.
Okay. And 59 new positions, is that right?
Yes.
And I went through the list and tried to figure out who was really in the classroom and who wasn't, and it looked to be about half and half.
And, there are a number of positions, LSSP diagnosticians are good examples that are instructional support. So even if they're not in the classroom, it's an instructional support function being provided.
Okay, and I just wanted to question one more, and that's the MAP person. That's a well-paid job.
It's a technical position. Again, that's the midpoint of that pay grade, similar to positions we have in the IT department already.
So we get in a person who really is a specialist in that program and not somebody who's going to learn it on the job.
That we need somebody with the background who can come in and yes, can work with that database. It is something that is going to require some special skills.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Mr. Hips?
You sure you're ready for me?
No.
Okay. Okay, so one thing that's near and dear to my heart, we're going to be, in the proposed budget tonight, 13 new dyslexic teachers. So that means that and we will be forthcoming with a plan to share how the department, through Paula Young's department, will
That's correct.
play out.
That's
So this is I'm ecstatic to see that. I believe that's one of those programs that the district is doing well by strengthening. When I want to go back to the slide before with all the numbers on it, with the preliminary, I can't say it, with the budget. where it's showing the minus $12 million deficit. Again, it's only a deficit because we're putting the school online.
Right, we're constructing the out of surplus fund balance.
Otherwise, we'd have a 9.3.
Exactly.
Let me ask you something. The TIF that we use, or that we're acquiring over in the Grand Prairie area, can we use that towards the school?
You can only use it to construct an educational facility inside of that TIF, and we own one piece of property inside of that TIF.
Okay, so our new school location doesn't
No.
fall within that
No.
TIF. Okay, that's good to know. If the dollars, I'm not suggesting that we do this, but if the dollars were to come out of the natural fund balance to pay for the school, would that show a deficit?
Out of the natural gas fund?
Yeah. If we
It would. Well, let's look right here. It's it would almost wipe out the natural gas fund.
But I'm just saying hypothetically, if we use those funds rather than our optimum fund balance, would that show?
Would that show?
Books as a deficit?
No, because they're separate funds.
Because they're separate funds.
Right.
Isn't that interesting? They're both savings accounts of sort, but one would cause you to have to show as a deficit, one wouldn't. I say that because there's going to be somebody along the line that'll come back and say, well, you guys ran a deficit for $12.4 million in this school year, and this board has been very good over the past several years that we haven't run deficits. We've been operating very efficiently and have gotten ourselves in a good position that now as we go forth with these projects, this will show like as if it's a bleep. But if we do have a slide for the long term that's showing that, and this takes into account whether or not we have raises and such, but long term that we'd be running or having a surplus on the next 4 or 5 years?
And that particular forecast we are updating now. We've gotten to a point where we've got the information stable enough that we are doing that piece of this, and we'll have that at our next meeting. So you're right when you say that what we've looked at most recently in the spring showed that we would forecast to have a surplus each of the next 4 years, and that's before any decisions are made this year about compensation or any other changes in the expenditure. So that you have to go through that exercise each year to see, with the decisions you made that year, what that now does to your long-range forecast. So that's where we are now.
And I know the answers to these, but I'm just trying to make sure that they're clear to the public. What we're looking at currently does not include any recommendations that we'll be looking at in a few minutes falling under the financial futures.
Correct.
Okay. So this particular budget would not be talking anything about compensation yet?
Not yet. This is how the budget appears today with decisions that have already been made, and then the recommendations for the new positions, and then you're right, the compensation, benefits, and the remaining FFC recommendations are in the next discussion item.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Hibb. Ms. Pena?
I have 2 questions. One is on the proposed new positions for the project managers, field observers, business analysts, and communication specialists that all are related to the bond program. Do we have anyone, or will one of these positions include someone who knows about zoning in Arlington?
We'll look at, obviously when we create job descriptions, we're going to look for people that have background in construction. So individuals who have experience in Arlington with permitting and with the city would obviously have a skill set that would make them very strong candidates for that.
Well, I'm asking that question because I recently found out that the city of Arlington has decided in their properties to do a 30-foot setback for certain conditions, like a business getting started. So if it requires a 30-foot setback, and this was interesting to me since we have all these properties that we do the tax foreclosures on, and Tad may say that a piece of property is worth $136,000, and somebody offers us $20,000, and it's only 40 feet deep, and in reality, they're only getting 10 feet because it's a 30-foot setback. So us thinking, according to Tad, that we're getting ripped off, in reality, we're getting a good buy from this $20,000 offer. So we need somebody with that type of knowledge of what the city's doing so that we know what our restrictions are before we go into either purchasing land and things of that nature. And that's really important. So we need somebody with that knowledge. The city of Arlington is one of the hardest places to get things built because of all the restrictions that they have. So we need somebody who knows what all that is.
If we are acquiring land, that is one of the things we consider is the usable space, and that takes into account those required setbacks.
Okay, that was one of my questions. The other one was, and I ask this every year, it has to do with the Food Service Enterprise Fund, where we utilize the 80% of enrollment eligible for free or reduced meals to offer free universal breakfasts. If we have any schools that have 85 to 90% of the children taking the food program, the state can offer a waiver to the local school districts to offer the same thing to the school to get a free and reduced lunch program, where you have students that maybe 5 or 3% of them can pay for their meals, but nobody else can. In an effort to make the process easier, a school can get a waiver. Do we have any of our schools that are doing that? And that's for lunch.
Anderson? So are you saying that we can get a waiver to serve all the students on that campus
Yes.
free?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
You can, but do we do it?
Well, there is a new provision that came out for July 1. I'm not sure if this is what you're talking about, but it's called the Community Eligibility Program. Is that CEP is the acronym? And it actually just started in July, and we have been in the process of analyzing it. But it's very complicated in that we have to, in order for that to happen, a school has to have 40% eligible. And then you take the number, it only considers those free students that are directly certified. So all the ones, the other half of ours that do applications for income, they are not considered. So you can only take my directly certified number of students and multiply it by a multiplier of 1.6, and that's the maximum amount of free meals that we can claim, and that's it. And you have to provide all free. So there's a lot of financial analysis going in my office right now to see if we can make a community or do something with that. But at this point, we haven't found that to be the case yet. If it is, we will do something because you have to apply by June 30th.
Well, actually, I must be talking about a different program because it's been in place for at least 8 years, and Sleta, Socorro, and El Paso school districts use it.
Oh, you're talking about Provision 1.
Perhaps.
Probably. Yes, ma'am, we have investigated that completely, and that is not, it's not the program for us because our free numbers are continuing to go up. If you notice, you'll see our paid that goes down and then our free is going up. And when you do Provision 1 or Provision 2, it stabilizes and you don't get that incremental, okay? And there's a lot of other problems for us, and I can investigate it and come back to you with some more information on it. But we've looked at that numerous times, and that's not something.
It's supposed to streamline the process, so if you have like 95 or 98% of your students receiving the free lunch,
yes,
then instead of charging the 2%, now I don't necessarily agree with this. I'm just telling you, I know that it's
I
in place.
understand. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That in order to streamline the process so that you aren't having to collect just that money from those children, that they all just, it's flat out, the whole school gets it.
You have to have a base year, and then you collect applications on that base year, and that is what determines what you have to use for the next several years. And that's how you claim them. So, and there's a lot of other issues with that as well, and I'll be glad to come back and provide more information
So
on
we
it.
don't use the program?
No, ma'am. It's
Okay.
not been as advantageous to us as what we've been currently doing. But, I mean, we look at that all the time, just like we're looking at this new one that just
Right.
came into
And I'm not
effect.
advocating either way.
Okay,
I
know.
just wanted to find out.
We do look at it.
continue to review that and
Yes,
see
ma'am.
if that's where we need to be, if it streamlines it so that we're not using resources we don't have to use.
Absolutely.
Et cetera. So,
I'm there.
okay.
I promise.
Thank
I'm
you.
there. We just haven't found it to be beneficial yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. Dr. Rush?
Thank you, Vice President Sullins. Ms. Powell, a couple of questions on the proposed new positions. Are these base salaries or are these salaries plus benefits?
These are base salaries.
So we should add another 20% on top?
Well, when
approximate.
we budget for at midpoint, and then when we budget for benefits, we look at a whole and we adjust the budgets for health insurance and for TRS and Medicare and TRS care appropriately to cover these positions as well. We just do that as a separate exercise.
Okay, so that's already in there as well?
That's in there too, yes.
Okay. And I know with the dyslexia program, we're redoing that, reinventing that. I think that's great. I'm curious on, and I know we've seen something recently on the district-wide strings teachers, the rationale there. I don't quite remember what it was. One of my questions overall, besides the ones, say, for the bond and for the new collegiate high school, I'd like to get a little bit more information on how it was decided and prioritized that these positions were necessary to be included, how they tie to our strategic plan or not, and those kind of things. Would you be able to help with that?
And I can describe the process and who was involved in that. Generally, out of individual departments or areas, a need will be identified and it moves to the superintendent of that area and then gets submitted to HR for consideration. It goes on a list. Then all the superintendents and the chiefs meet, and we've had multiple meetings to go through the list. There were a number that didn't make this list. And we prioritize, as you said, based on needs, being instructional needs, areas where we have particular issues with scores, say math, we're needing some assistance K2 there, so that item rises to the top of the priority list. And we have several meetings to continue to cull that list and then ultimately meet with the superintendent. And in this case, we've had more than one meeting there to, again, continue to prioritize against the instructional needs and items that are in the strategic plan to determine what ultimately comes forward.
Okay. And do we have any process in the district? I'm obviously all for tying things, say, to achievement and instructional needs. Do we have any stopgap or review mechanism after a certain period of time out with these new positions? If we have not seen any gains or any changes, do we just keep the positions and therefore just increase in our staff and payroll overall long-term?
Yeah,
or is there...
we've looked at positions each year to determine the appropriateness for those positions to go forward, and we've made some decisions this year about some positions that we think that we're not providing, maybe we're not as effective as some of these other positions we were needing, and so where appropriately we will surplus positions, we will repurpose positions where there may be vacancies. In some cases, we've chosen not to fill the vacancy, but instead use that unit for something different or just close it. So I don't know if you...
Okay.
And the short answer is that, yes, that we look at the positions and we make decisions on whether we have them, repurpose them, as Cindy said. That's really a big responsibility of the departments as they process the position request, their department, their organization, what they're trying to accomplish, their goals and things like that.
Okay, okay. And then related to the bond program positions, just doing quick math, that over 5 years, it's basically about $658,000 a year. So that's $3.3 million over the course of the bond life cycle. And you said that it's more efficient for us to do it this way versus outsourcing. So if we outsource program manager or project manager type as a bid, then you're saying that cost is going to be greater.
It would be significantly more expensive, yes.
Okay, okay. And I guess I'm in support of this. I would have a concern that we do have, and that you guys are able to get the right people, knowing that it's a termed position with the right qualifications, because having the right qualifications, the right qualified candidate in that slot is going to be very important to making this process smooth.
We've had a lot of discussion about that right kind of person. Those field observers, those project managers will definitely come out of the construction world, and we want to see them with particular kinds of experience. And so, we have a very good thought as to what we are looking for.
Okay. Let's see. And then I did have a question on security dispatchers and bus drivers, 9 total positions there. On the bus drivers, are those related in part to the collegiate high school?
Yes, they are,
Okay.
and we have known since last fall, as we began planning this, we're transporting kids from home high schools. We also are expanding our dual credit offerings, and so we have multiple programs being offered off-site. And so we've known since last fall that we were going to need to add some drivers in order to make those schedules work for kids.
Okay. And our current bus fleet, we don't have to add any specific to this budget. We're already getting new ones in as replacement.
Exactly.
But we don't need to add
Right,
any.
and then with the bond package, we're growing, we're actually adding to the fleet, not just replacing, so yes.
Right. Okay. Okay, that's great. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Ms. Mays?
Thank you, Cindy. I just have a couple of questions. Some have been answered, but for the proposed new positions, you said that these were positions that were not included in the staffing formula. So just for instance, the attendance clerk at Sam Houston, do we not include attendance clerks?
We have staffing formulas for attendance clerks. We have additional need there beyond what can be provided within the staffing formula. And so that's why this position has come as a request for an additional beyond what is provided with the formula.
Okay. So in the cases where they are positions that are normally included in the staffing formula, then will this be input into the formula for the years to come, or is this something that every year they'd have to submit something that said, we have a need?
No, once it's there, we've continued to evaluate all of our positions, and in one like this in particular, what we're going to monitor is their attendance and see if it's making a difference in the operation of the school and attendance levels. This particular campus has some problems with attendance, and their entire office staff spends a tremendous amount of time dealing with truancy issues and attendance that take away from other work that needs to happen in the school. And so we're hopeful that adding the one more attendance clerk will allow us to have more contact with parents and kids and maybe correct some attendance issues we're having and improve attendance there and still allow the office to run more efficiently. So that's something that we'll look at. We'll continue to evaluate their attendance numbers going forward. The efficiency of the way the office is working and communicate with the principal on that to see if that need continues or if that's something that needs to be repurposed.
Okay. And then on the construction fund, for the local construction funds, on the Arlington Collegiate High School, this is just a general question. TCC is actually paying to construct the facility, and they're putting out the procurement for the furniture that we're going to include there. As far as insurance goes, how is that going to work?
They are insuring the building, and the equipment falls under our insurance coverage. And it remains our property. So we're having some discussion with them about how we tag that, because we don't want it to walk across the street
Right.
and wind up in the, you know.
Okay. And then just one other question on the Food Service Enterprise Fund, and I know we keep asking questions about this, but if I'm looking at the 2014-15 preliminary budget, and I see the difference between 13-14 and our projected for 14-15, the surplus decreasing by about 50%. If we're going back up to the graph, it looks like the only thing that's really been consistent is the reduced portion. But the paid portion looks like there's less people paying full price, more students on the free and reduced. So do we have any concerns as we continue to get the unfunded mandates on how the Food Service Enterprise Fund is going to continue to be a solely sustaining itself, as you said, this one?
And Ms. Anderson may want to add to this, but this is an area where we operate very efficiently, and we're able to use formulas to back into the number of staff we need that is based strictly on participation. So if you're very true to that, then you're not going to get upside down on that. We take advantage of the commodities programs. We do receive federal subsidies, and as our percent of kids who qualify for free meals rises, then that federal subsidy increases as well. And so we're generating additional revenues there. So that's something that we look at how we deliver the service consistently, or constantly look at that. But I don't have any concern right now. We budget very conservatively in this fund. So that's the other thing, that because I know that, I would say that I'm not concerned about that right now. You know, if the legislature were to continue to mandate additional requirements on us, then, you know, that may change that story. Right now, I'm very comfortable with that we can sustain this at a very much a break-even point. One thing about an enterprise fund, ideally, you don't want it making a big profit, but you sure don't want it losing money. It's supposed to pay for itself. And so as long as we're in there and we're able to purchase the equipment that we need out of that equity, then we're doing exactly what needs to be done there.
Okay. And maybe I misunderstood. I thought you said that for the federal funding that we're receiving, it doesn't truly cover the cost of the meal that we're providing. Did I misunderstand?
On that particular program, the universal breakfast, the subsidy, and it's kind of interesting because it's a federal subsidy we're getting. The state legislature is the one that has mandated that we now offer this free to everybody at those schools that have more than 80% of their kids on free or reduced lunch. In that particular program, we know that in some of those schools that we will not fully recover the cost of providing that breakfast free to every student in that particular case.
Okay,
for that
so
program.
Just for this program.
Yes. And we think that that is going to mean that we have to absorb about $100,000 in cost.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we've had multiple opportunities to vet this budget out over the last several weeks, and the Finance and Accountability Board Subcommittee have had even more opportunity to study deeper into these budget components. I'd like to thank you for providing that information. Dr. Cavazos, could you give us an idea of the next steps, please?
Yes, ma'am. The next steps include the discussion on compensation and benefits, as we're going to get into in just a minute. But the budget as it's been built, with the questions and seeing kind of a general agreement that that's how we put the pieces together. So the next two pieces are the compensation and benefits components, new positions, all that's already in there. So if we want to transition to that, FFC and new positions, FFC and compensation.
Yes, that would be great. We're moving from the proposed budget into the FFC committee recommendations. This is that time of year where we should offer Ms. Powell both a stool and a bottle of water, or, you know. Thank you for bearing with us.
Thank you. And before we do go any further, and first of all, I'm going to ask Spence or whoever it is that's controlling this, I need to get to the other, or maybe I'll just do it myself then. There we go. They probably don't like it when we do that. Okay. Before we go any further, I want to recognize the work. There are a whole lot of people that spend an awful lot of time on budget every year. And, you know, it includes the HR department. They start working in January on staffing, and they spend their entire spring on staffing and then hiring the positions that we've staffed for. And Evan Smith and her staff, you know, they've worked tirelessly with numbers of committees, multiple committees, looking at specific issues and how to better serve kids and better deliver these services and what impact that has, whether it's positions or contracted service or substitutes or training or whatever. And it always, you know, I guess it always comes back to money in the end, and what it takes to deliver this service. And so there are a number of people that do a tremendous amount of work on this, and I would be really remiss if I did not acknowledge Mr. Drollinger and Mandy Mew and Carly Eubank, who's not here this evening, but and the rest of our staff in the business office who spend countless hours on this and for months and months and months on end. And so if it weren't for them, we wouldn't get to this point on time every year. So I thank you all very much.
Well, we share your enthusiasm and appreciation for the fine work that we see year after year out of this department. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, we will
Ms. Owens, if I would, Ms. Powell is very humble also. It takes her leadership of the entire finance department and the area superintendents and chief academic officers, and pulling all that together. Cindy spends countless hours and many, many hours doing this, and I appreciate it, sincerely appreciate it, and the benefit is our students. And so thank you, Cindy.
Thank you. All right, we'll move into Financial Futures Committee recommendations. And again, to kind of echo what Dr. Cavazos said a moment ago, the reason that we have this as a separate item is because, you know, we have a Financial Futures Committee, and they've made some recommendations for things that will impact our budget. And in particular, there are recommendations that they brought forward to this board on compensation and on benefits. And so it's very natural then to have that conversation here as it relates to the budget and make decisions as to how or if any change will actually be incorporated into the budget. So that's why these two things are separate. So on May 15th, the Financial Futures Committee reported its recommendations to the board. And at our last meeting, the board approved 10 of those recommendations. There were a total of 21, and those 10 items totaled about $1.7 million. And so, as we said a minute ago, those recommendations and the cost for those have already been built into the budget the proposed budget that we talked about a few minutes ago. So there are 11 still remaining to address, and so we'll work our way through these. First few I'm going to do very quickly. There was a recommendation that we have response to intervention or RTI specialists for secondary schools, 3 at the junior highs, 2 at the high schools. And we think that this is something that we have to prioritize needs within resources, that this is something we need to study a little further. And so we recommend that we bring this back in the spring for possible implementation in a future year. There are 2 other positions you see here, one being the advanced academic specialist for secondary schools, and these have similar names, but they're very different, and then advanced academics coordinator on a high school campus that we do recommend that the board proceed with approving. We have a slightly different recommendation to bring forward on each of these from what the FFC brought forth. On the advanced academic specialist for secondary schools, that's a district level position. that will work in the advanced academics department. And we recommend that we hire one specialist that would work with both the AVID program and advanced academics. And we think we have some needs there, and that one person can address those needs. So that is administration's recommendation. The other item is it has to do with advanced academics coordinators on high school campuses. We have an IB program at 4 of our 6 high schools. There is a person on each of those 4 campuses that helps coordinate that program, and the kids as they participate in those programs. And so the FFC was recommending that at the other 2 high schools that do not have an IB program and thus don't have that position that works with those advanced academics programs, that we add someone to do that. And senior staff has had some discussion on this, and at one of those high schools at Martin, they have enough capacity within their existing teaching staff that they can they can do that within special duty assignments within teacher work days and create that function. Seguin High School, because of its small enrollment, doesn't have the capacity within its existing teaching units to work the master schedule in such a way that they can free up time for a teacher to have special duty periods and do that function. So we're recommending that rather than create a position that is an advanced academics coordinator, that we add a teaching unit at Seguin and then allow Mr. Nix and his staff to create the schedule that they need to create that function within the building as they see best fit. So that's our recommendation. Next recommendation was that we create family engagement teams at the 29 non-Title I campuses. And again, administration's had some conversation on this. We've talked with our Director of Parent and Community Engagement, and what we think would provide a more effective function overall, give us better results, is that rather than creating this team, that we pay a stipend to a professional on each of those campuses to be responsible for coordinating that effort, be that parent contact, create those parent events. And we would have structure around that as to the type of events that would be offered. They may be different at the elementary level. They may focus more on core curriculum areas. At the junior high level, it may be more about having orientation meetings with parents on graduation plans and endorsement plans for kids and choices that their kids need to make as they prepare to go to high school. And so Erin Perales is our Director of Parent Community Engagement, would coordinate that work. We think that would provide a much more effective outcome for us, and we could target those needs year to year to specific those programs and that effort to specific needs we have. And so we recommend that we do that, and then the Director of Parent Community Engagement will also evaluate the effectiveness of these positions at the end of each year. There's a recommendation that we provide funding for student council leadership training. This is one that administration's had discussion about. We discussed all of these. We met with the Board Finance Committee and went through these. And what we are recommending this evening is that we bring that back for study, and that we look at that over the fall to identify how many positions, how many kids there are in these leadership roles on campuses that we should be providing that funding for. And so we recommend bringing that back in March. There's a recommendation that we provide an opportunity for uniformed police officers to eat free in our meals, or in our schools rather. And we do recommend that we operate this as a pilot program. Mr. Hill spoke with the Arlington Police Department. They are interested likewise in trying this. This is another one where we think that certainly it warrants evaluating how effective it is, looking at participation and getting feedback from students and principals and officers on the level of engagement between student and officer, which is ultimately what this is about, is building that rapport, that relationship. So we will try this as a pilot program this year. We'll track participation. Then we will evaluate the effectiveness at the end of the year. There's a recommendation that we add teacher leader interventionist. This is a different name for a position that is kind of like an instructional coach, that we add those at the 3 non-Title I campuses. The Title I campus, junior high campuses, the Title I campuses have instructional coaches. This again is something that we feel like we need to study further to determine that need truly exist on those campuses to warrant adding those units to the general operating fund budget. So we recommend bringing that back in the spring with a recommendation. Remaining items here have to do with compensation or benefits. There was a recommendation about giving salary increases of not less than the CPI. The CPI is set every other month. And the CPIW is the one most commonly used for salary increases. It was last released in March. The next one is due out June 17th. And the one that was released in March was 0.7%. And so that, just to give a frame, and we'll talk more about compensation in just a minute. There was a recommendation for equity adjustments for teachers with 20 to 29 years experience, and that we look at increasing health insurance contributions. And so on all of that, we have a very specific conversation or discussion point now that we want to go through with you all on compensation, both salaries and benefits. So I guess if we want to, we can maybe kind of stop at this point if you all prefer, and either answer questions about what we've just discussed and before we move into the other piece on compensation.
Yes, Ms. Powell, I think that's a good place to break. Are there board members with questions? Mr. Hibbs?
Ms. Powell, I would like to go back and look at the FFC recommendations 12 and 16. Okay, on this one, for the family engagement, and this is at non-Title I schools.
Yes.
Okay, so these were schools that we probably have a pretty strong PTA programs. I'm just wondering, what would this position actually do differently than, say, what your principal AP should be doing, reaching out with the individual PTA programs? I mean,
and this is a stipend for an individual on the campus to be that parent contact to help with trying to bring in more parental involvement. And so I think we're going to create the focus around specific strategies or needs of the district. We'll start with the strategic plan and work towards that, so it will have very much an instructional feel to it. And I don't know if Dr. Cavazos wants to add to that.
Other than with our Title I schools, we have direct contact with somebody that is dealing with parental involvement and engagement, and those are the parent school reps. And in non-Title schools, there is no direct contact.
Right. But I guess I'm just wondering, are we going to have, is this overlap to, I look at many of our elementary schools that have very strong PTA programs. Is this just are we looking at putting a stipend out for an individual teacher or for an administrator to do something that they're not already doing and organizing these community events and parent?
It would not be for an administrator. It'd be for another professional in the campus, most likely a teacher. And this is, again, to not only with PTA activities, but also have more of a structure to family involvement in terms of academics and things like that, that the perhaps Title schools are doing as well.
Okay.
And so it's to address that issue of making sure we have some consistency in our engagement of families.
Okay. In the whole, $21,000 isn't a lot of money. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not just creating overlap or maybe, I guess I would look at this and say, I would expect this to fall under the campus administrative responsibilities anyway. But here again, in the whole, it's not a large amount of money. I was just trying to get a better understanding. With the uniform police officer, I think that we actually, to come up with the $57,000, we actually put a huge number out there per day attendance.
It's 100, that makes the assumption that 100 armed or uniformed police officers eat every day for 177 school days.
So that's a big assumption.
It is.
That's a huge assumption. I don't even know, do they have 100 police officers on duty on any given day? I don't know. With that, though, I guess this would be for the food services. Do we need to have these officers having call ahead to make sure that we have appropriate meals?
And we will coordinate that. I think as Mr. Hill has spoken with the police department, they are working on their end to identify individuals who may want to participate in this. So we likely will try to have some attempt for them to identify where they may eat. And in that way, that will give us a gauge as to where we need to adjust our preparations and expect to see those individuals.
Okay. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. Mr. Barron? Excuse me? Sure, go ahead, Keisha. Yeah, Ms. Smith, sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of elaborate more on what Mr. Hibbs was asking about, the recommendation number 12. And this is just my viewpoint from serving on the FFC. The discussion that we had was you do have those schools that have strong PTAs, but the PTA is a different function. It's not really part of the AISD. And the PTAs can change from year to year because it's a voluntary basis. And in addition to that, what the PTA decides to do for their family engagement may or may not follow any curriculum-driven engagement that we want to do at those elementary schools. That is part of our strategic plan. So if we do it this way, at least we can have some consistency on how we are engaging the parents if we are particularly wanting to do it on something curriculum-based, where PTA may want to just do it more on a social activity type base. So just to kind of add a little bit more clarification, if that helps.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Vice President Sullins. I'll stay on that same one then. Do 8 assistant principals already have community engagement as part of their job function?
Pretty much every professional has community engagement as part of their function. It's not a specific line item. I mean, they have to engage with the community and they have to have the relationships and things like that. But in terms of organizing parent events and things like that, at the schools that are non-title, that falls really with a variety of staff, and there is no one necessary contact. This also helps us kind of organize and get their input as to what the needs are for their schools, and not just what the needs are for Title I schools.
Okay, and are we required by House Bill 5 to do this? Engage the community?
Not
specifically.
in this format.
Okay. And this is a one-year program to be evaluated at the end of the year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
By whom?
The Director of Parent and Community Engagement will gather the data to allow us collectively as senior administration to evaluate it.
Okay. 'Cause I kind of agree with Mr. Hibbs there that I don't want this to be a hit and miss. Some schools do it and some don't. And people get the money and don't do anything.
And that's part of the coordination. And I'll just give you an example that may be helpful. When we have Parent University, for example, there's a large Title I effort because there's parent school reps. And not that there isn't in the non-title, but there's not a source of contact or a coordination effort that could be helpful in terms of having more parents involved and engaged in activities and things like that.
See. The item on IB coordinators, what was that?
It's a teaching position that then we
Number
will,
3, advanced academic coordinators
yes.
for the high schools? That
Yeah,
one?
it's more, that was the
Post-
recommendation from the committee, was an advanced academics coordinator. What we're recommending is a teaching unit, and then within the ranks of the teachers, they'll arrange schedules so that they create some special duty periods to perform that function,
Okay.
rather than have a new position with that title, Advanced Academics Coordinator.
So my question in conjunction with that is, the IB coordinators now, do they teach classes as well as do their IB function? Do they have actually a class schedule? I know that during the down years we did that. And you got some heat.
At this time, they're full-time IB coordinators.
Are they also AP coordinators?
Not at this time.
Will they be?
In this model that we're looking at on some campuses, they may be able to handle that load. On other campuses, not, depending on the load of the campus.
Okay, and this position 33 up there, the specialist to work with EV and advanced academics.
That's at the district level with the coordination under Julie Porter.
Will that person coordinate with the IB coordinators in the schools?
They will
Is that
work
part
on
of that
that
job?
as well as the AP and dual credit.
Okay. I want to go with number 11. It's like bingo. Number 11, teacher, is whatever we're going to call it, person at Bailey, Boles, and Young Junior Highs. And the reason they don't have a person of this similar ilk is that they are not Title I.
Title I campuses fund an instructional coach through Title I funding. The non-title schools, these three at the junior high level, do not have a position that provides any sort of intervention, coordination, or embedded PD with the teachers. And so
Right.
that was the recommendation, was we would create that.
And the question to us is this a need or a want?
And I think that's one reason we want to bring this back and study this, is to determine if we think that the level of need supports the addition of staff FTEs.
Okay. And the reason they don't have this type of person is they're not Title I.
That's correct. And also, Mr. Byrne, the other kind of balance to that is that there are non-Title I elementary schools that didn't necessarily make that list of recommendations from FFC, as an example, that don't have instructional coaches or teacher leader interventionists. And I think from our perspective, we want to study the entire need, effectiveness, and things like that for such a position, not only in junior high, but potentially elementary as well.
Because we have the same problem at the high schools, don't we?
That's correct, but at the high school, we have other kind of department chairs and things like that that's more focused on content areas and
We
a
have
different structure.
The deans, too.
The dean of instruction at the high school, for example, exists.
Because in fact, the cutoff for Title I or not Title I could be just a few children.
A few percentage points, that's right. Yes, sir.
And we're going to study it and bring it back in next budget.
Exactly.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Dr. Rush?
Thank you, Vice President Sullins. I have questions on the same areas. On number 12, the family engagement stipends that we're looking at here, $750. So just to make sure I understand, there are going to be predefined indices, performance metrics, measures, whatever, that targets that they should at minimum meet, a number of
There'll be
whatever events.
Yes, a prescribed number of events and an expectation as to what that function provides, and then we'll capture data to determine, were those functions performed and how effective were they, what level of involvement did we generate from parents.
Okay. Okay, yeah, the level of involvement's good. And the parent and community engagement director will evaluate that after the first year. So are we looking as a year to date now, or when will that come back to us as a program review?
And I think it's going to have to be earlier than now to
Right.
determine, are we going to continue that? It would probably be late spring.
Okay.
And just for clarification, Dr. Rice, I don't know that unless the board wants it to come back, it would just be whether we include it next year in the budget or not. And that's, but if, because there's other additions here that may or may not make it in the budget based on staff evaluation, things like that.
Right. Right.
And just to clarify, I think somebody asked about House Bill 5. Perhaps the reference was more on the accountability side of House Bill 5, which has a community engagement and participation and things like that part to it, and that this will also help with that, is to coordinate some of those activities.
Okay. I think as a follow-up with our FFC committee, just like we've done, that it would be good to at least report back on how what was implemented in the status. So that's where I would think that would be applicable. On number 3, the Advanced Academics Coordinator, I'm still a little confused about this. So there are 2 FTEs. But that's 2 FTEs.
Well, and let me clarify, what you see printed in black, I probably should have said this up front, was the
That was the
FFC
FFC.
recommendation. And they were recommending 1 FTE at Martin High School and 1 at Seguin.
Right.
And we've worked with the area superintendent and with Mrs. Roddy, and they've looked at their capability, their capacity to create this
Right.
function within special duty periods.
Okay.
Amongst their existing staff, so we believe that 1 additional unit will take care of this recommendation.
Okay. And I'm just matching up the FFC's intent was to help coordinate IB, dual credit AP, and or other future advanced academics programs. So my question then, I believe that the committee was interested in having somebody there to review even at our current campuses. So are we then taking this modification, but also with the committee's intent to go to those other campuses to say, okay, provide us how you're going to be doing this and how we are stepping it up to coordinate these advanced academic activities?
I know that Rick Garcia is working on that to get a clear plan on those campuses. Of course, we've got, on some campuses in particular, very high numbers of IB students and time allocations that create some issues with their scheduling as far as having additional time. We're going to work on all campuses, though, to make sure that we've got somebody that's championing those programs so that we can make sure that we're building each of those to their full capacity.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, at some point it would be nice to have a follow-up or work session talking about all of those things, what we're doing to target our advanced populations.
We would love to do that.
So, okay. And then, and Ms. Smith, you might not want to go far. I also, related to that, have a question on that number 33 recommendation, the Advanced Academic Specialist. Our reworking of the FFC's recommendation is to add 1 specialist to work with both AVID and advanced academics. That includes everything AP, IB, I believe, I guess I could look for
Dual
it.
credit as well.
ACT, PSAT, all of that. Okay. Okay.
And at this time, we currently have an elementary person in that position, and this would add the secondary.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's good. Let me just make sure I've got my question totally answered there. Oh, okay. The thing that I underlined from the FFC was to ensure continued improvement is their intent of that number 33. So how are we going to incorporate that into this additional? What do you think you've got on the docket?
Well,
for it?
we've begun that process through a committee that has been working, excuse me, this semester, as well as yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, day before yesterday, we had a meeting with AP, and each campus brought a group together to where we're really looking at the ways that we can impact the it was an SAT meeting, excuse me, I said AP. It was an SAT meeting where we were looking at the data from the PSAT, et cetera, to where we're really getting plans together to target those areas for improvement. So Mr. Rick Garcia is working very closely with Julie Porter on this, and we will be devising action plans that we can bring to you on those areas. So we are going to be monitoring that closely this next year.
Okay, great. Thank you. And final question that I have is on the food Police Eat Free program. Is that something that comes out of our general budget, or is that a food service?
Yes, it actually will, because food service, because of so much of their funding is federal funded, they can't do this. So they will, as individuals come through the line and purchase a meal, we'll have to code that with a unique identifier, and then they'll essentially bill the general fund. You know, they'll send the accounting department an invoice, and then we'll do a journal entry to expense that to the general fund and credit back that cost to the food service fund.
Okay. All right. And then I know Ms. Pena had a question at the last meeting or so about a gift of government funds, that type of thing. We're legal, we're good here?
I think we're fine with that. Again, APD likewise has had conversation about this before we bring it to you. And I think there may be another district here in the area that does this already.
Yeah, actually, I said that, and then I thought, well, no, if they're coming to the school and actually interacting with the students, they're providing a service. So that would be a form of compensation for providing the service. And that's the other way I looked at it, because they're doing something.
Right,
it's not just getting the food.
Okay. All right. And then if I know I know we have the salaries, healthcare, all of that to go, but I do know this is down as a discussion action item. So whenever it would be appropriate, Madam Vice President, I'd be willing to make a motion on the FFC recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Rush. I have Ms. Mays with some comments, and we'll come back for a motion.
Okay, I just have one comment, and out of respect for what the administration has said on number 11, to kind of review and see the need for that. Just want to make a comment from serving on the FFC and listening to what some of the teachers have said. Do I need to repeat myself? Okay. I was saying, out of respect of what the administration has suggested for FFC recommendation number 11, to kind of review and look for the need for that, the only comment that I would like to make is from serving on the FFC committee and hearing the needs of some of the teachers from these schools that are not Title I, that do feel like they have the need for what that IC provides. I'd like to make sure that our teachers don't feel stranded in the interim of figuring out where the need is, or where do you determine is really a high need. If the teachers are saying we need some help, I just want to make sure that we're listening to that. That's the only comment I have.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. I have just one question. Of the 4 FFC items that are brought forth for recommendation for approval this evening, how many of those 4 are subject to this pilot installation?
I believe there are 2 of those that we, yes,
Okay.
the Police Eat Free, and the community engagement, parent engagement.
Okay, thank you very much. And Dr. Reich, are you ready to make a motion?
Sure. Yeah, I'm comfortable with the recommendations that you've brought forward to add as action items. So I would recommend that we approve those items that staff has brought towards or forward as far as action items with the stipulation of the 2 that are pilot type programs.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second it. If I understand your motion, it was to accept the recommendations by administration.
Yes.
Thank you. I have a motion from Dr. Reich and a second from Ms. Pena. Would you please vote? Oh, discussion. Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I just want to make sure that we're clear here. So what we're voting on is recommendation 12, 16, is it 3 and 33?
Yes.
that correct? So 33, 3, 12, and 16. Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. Any further discussion? Mr. Barron?
Thank you. One little point, and that's on the police officers eating. As we go into next year, can we advertise this to the parents so that the kids go home and say, Mom, there was a policeman in the cafeteria today? And then the parents are going to go all berserk on us. So can we do that?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, absolutely. We may have 100 policemen there.
That's true, and then that would be newsworthy.
Yeah. Leslie will work with the
pizza
schools
day,
to advertise it.
Any further discussion, board? Would you please vote? All trustees voting in the affirmative, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Ready to.
But we're not done. Can we maybe continue on to the next section, which is compensation, salaries, wages, and benefits?
Yes, and again, there were several recommendations from FFC regarding compensation and health insurance, and so we want to bring forward some information, kind of summarize what we've been doing last year, where we are right now, and some future activities that we expect to undertake, and then look at some options and some cost estimates. And so I'll have part of this conversation. Scott Kale will assist in this. But to kind of give an overview of where we've been in 2013-14, last summer, when we were setting the budget for the 13-14 year, this board voted to give raises to all employees. 3% raise for all employees. And the board increased the beginning teacher salary to $50,000 and gave equity adjustments to teachers that have between 1 and 20 years of experience. So the average salary increase for teachers was actually 3.8%, given those different equity adjustments. So currently in the 13-14 year, the teacher salaries are above average for our local market across the entire spectrum, and as a result of those actions. We also performed a salary market study at the direction of the board. Again, this was a key part of the strategic plan. That study recognized immediately that, okay, the teacher pay is already very competitive. It's above the local market. It's above the average salaries for districts with over 50,000 enrollment across the state. So we established that group was very competitive already. So the salary market study focused on all other positions. And so out of all other positions, there were roughly, that was about 4,400 positions out of our total workforce. And out of that, 2,400 employees received some form of adjustment on their salary to align their salaries better with market. So the total annual cost of those adjustments was $3 million. And those adjustments were approved effective March 1. And that represents 2.5% of the total salary budget for that same category of people, the people that were really subject to this part of, or this salary market study. Salary market study also created new salary ranges, new pay structures for us that will be implemented with the 2014-2015 year, and those pay ranges are all aligned to market, and so that was an adjustment that we were able to accomplish this last year, is to get that entire salary structure aligned with market. So as part of that salary market study, one of the recommendations was that the board replace the teacher step hiring schedule with a salary range. And the board approved that when they accepted the consultant's report, and that range becomes effective with the 14-15 year. And so both of these actions, or all of these actions combined, the salary increases given last summer, the equity adjustments with teacher pay, the salary market study, all that makes us very competitive and sets the foundation for performance pay going forward. And we'll talk more about that in just a moment. In terms of benefits, we participate in TRS Active Care health insurance plan. Employees can choose between 3 different plans. The plan year runs from September 1 through August 31. Once you join TRS Active Care, a district cannot get out of TRS Active Care. There was actually a bill filed in the last legislative session that would, had it passed, would have given districts that capability. You had to give like 3 years notice, but you would be able to get out of TRS Active Care. And that bill died along the way, so we were not given that relief. There are 4,600 employees, roughly 56% of our total workforce actually participate in our health insurance plan. We also offer gap insurance as an option for employees. Currently, the district contributes $225 a month towards health insurance for professional employees and $240 a month for all other employees, paraprofessional and auxiliary workers. TRS just this week has announced their premiums for this upcoming year. They typically have open enrollment in the spring and April, usually like mid-April to mid-May, and they didn't even have open enrollment in spring this year. They wanted to wait until June to have as much experience data as possible before they set their premiums for this upcoming year, so they have just done that. So among the actions that they've taken, they eliminated one of the existing plans, TRS Active Care 3. That was the most expensive plan, had limited participation across the state, so they eliminated that. They have added in now, though, a EPO, TRS Active Care Select plan that will be new, that employees can select from. And the value and the benefits of that fall roughly between that high deductible plan and Plan 2. And they've also added teledoc services to all 3 plans. This is a service where individuals can actually go online and you indicate, I need to speak with a doctor. Doctor will call. They'll actually set up a phone call appointment with you, and the doctor can listen to your symptoms and help diagnose very common sinus infection type items. Urinary tract infection was another one that was listed as exam. Very common problems, and if appropriate, perhaps give a prescription for an individual. That saves you a trip to the doctor's office, reduces cost for office visits, which helps future experience with the plan. And so they've added that. It's a benefit that we have not had. So that's a real plus. Premiums did go up between 4 and 8% on 2 of the plans, and there are some places where it did not go up. For example, on the high deductible plan, employee only, there's no change there. There are a couple of places where there's no change in the premium. In some other places there are changes for employed spouse or employed family. Deductibles will increase on one of the plans. And then the open enrollment periods, we did not have open enrollment in the spring. No one in the state who is a member of TRS Active Care has enrolled yet in health insurance. So that open enrollment period will be between July 21st and August 31st. So considerations now for the 14-15 year that will have a budgetary impact potentially are certainly a salary increase, possible changes to health insurance and ways that we can help employees manage their cost for premiums. A wellness plan is an opportunity we have, something we can consider. And then, as I mentioned a minute ago, the actions that we've taken this past year set the foundation for pay-for-performance system for this upcoming year. So this bullet says RFQ for consultant to develop pay-for-performance employee appraisal instrument, and it's also the pay-for-performance system, actually. And so we're actually working on that right now, and that RFQ will go out this month. And we expect to award that in September and have the consultant work with us to develop that pay-for-performance plan and that appraisal process for implementation. In terms of salary increases, a 1% salary increase for all employees would cost about $3.4 million, and likewise a 2% raise would be twice that, $6.7 million. And so since we do not have a performance pay system in place now for this upcoming year, raises would be applied as they have historically. potentially, that would be the general expectation, I think, because we don't have that performance pay system in place today. In terms of future steps, I'm going to ask Mr. Kale to address that, and then he's also going to move into options or information on a wellness program.
Good evening. So looking forward, future steps, talking about beyond 14-15 and getting the foundation in place for that performance pay system, getting through the RFQ, evaluating different alternatives in terms of support, vendors, systems, what they have to represent, what makes the most sense for us, whether it be, as Ms. Powell mentioned, whether it be the instrument itself for the appraisal or whether it be the overall system in terms of if we're looking at distributions of pay and forced distributions, all the elements that come with that, looking for that input from the consultant that we plan on bringing on board to help us with that process. Also evaluating our salary ranges against the market annually to ensure those ranges are competitive. We just got up to speed and made sure we were market competitive with the TASB recommendations and the salary study. And it's important that we do that annually so that we keep that house in order, so to speak. The intent would be that data is usually available in early part of the calendar year, and to use that data to assess midpoints of all of our ranges and then make recommendations accordingly of what might be necessary as we hit the subsequent budget cycle to keep up to speed and stay market competitive. Compensation discipline, looking forward, is about, now that we have those market-based ranges in place, living by them. And that's a little bit of a culture change, but effectively you're talking about having an objective of getting your employees as quickly as possible based on performance to that market competitive midpoint, making sure that you're not paying anyone below the minimum threshold for doing a particular job, which is typically 18% or so below the market, and then also having a discipline at the top of the range, which is about 18% above the midpoint when folks start to top out and hopefully then begin looking at other alternatives, career within the district and promotion opportunities, et cetera. Finally, communicate total compensation to employees, something that's typically done in many organizations and helps people understand the big picture of the package that they have as a result of being an employee, and whether that be the base wages themselves, stipends, district contributions to TRS, and other insurance, but effectively putting together a personalized packet that allows folks to see that big picture value that they're receiving as an employee. Health insurance, we believe that we have two primary options to recommend to manage employee premiums. One is to increase the district contribution toward premiums for all health insurance plan participants, and in effect giving some fixed dollar amount to help with that ongoing expense that employees incur. Or the second option being implementing a wellness plan and increasing the district contribution for those who participate in that wellness plan. So effectively, option two, the difference from option one, is asking for the investment and the commitment of an individual to participate in that wellness plan, both for their own individual sake and wellness, and ultimately as well as they contribute to the overall health plan expenses of the district. Obviously, well employees and proactive care is much less expensive than reactive care. The wellness plan itself, there's a lot of different options, but and we will get into, I'm sure, down the road, a variety of different alternatives and details of the plan. But at a 1,000-foot level, you're effectively looking at something that's voluntary. You want folks to be able to say, this is something I want to participate. You certainly don't want to do that out of compliance. Health screenings are one of the key elements of an effective wellness plan, to the extent folks are encouraged and or incentivized to get their numbers, whether they be cholesterol screening numbers or whether they be other numbers that help them understand their status and be able to react accordingly and be proactive in terms of managing their health. Consumer data, when it is in regard to wellness plans, is effectively things like being able to have access to knowing the differences in cost. A wellness plan is one of those consumer-driven elements, just like an HRA would be in a larger health plan, that allows the consumer to say, you know what, I'm going to take a little bit of control of these costs. I'm just not a recipient. I'm not an individual that's going to the doctor and not worrying about it, and then the costs at the insurance company, because ultimately, full cycle, we realize it ends up hitting both the organization and ultimately the individual in the case of premiums. And so when you think about consumer information, you're thinking about availability of data, like being able to understand on a provider website the difference of a MRI at one provider versus another, and that data is out there. And at the point where you're engaged in something like wellness, you start to look for that data and realize there's a whole set of information that you didn't realize was there before. And then personal health data, and I think this is very important, is anonymous. It certainly is not coming to me. I don't want it. And I'm sure no one else wants anybody to have theirs. And so it's important, I think, that we emphasize that as wellness data comes in and as metrics on individual health and screening numbers come in, it's not something that's ever handled by the district. It would be managed on that individual level by the third-party provider. So plan benefits, it's a consumer-driven healthcare initiative. It's really, as I said, one of two things I think that we can do to control to the extent that we are in a dedicated plan through TRS. This is one of those things that gives us a little bit of leverage on controlling our ultimate plan costs. I think it strengthens the district's experience for possible separation from TRS Active Care. So whereas today we may not be able to separate ourselves going forward at some point should that opportunity arise, it puts us in a position that with that third party collecting our data and our information, again, in a private manner, but nonetheless at a metrics level, we're able to see big picture what our experience rates are, never by individual name per se, but by condition and by cost. And that's the kind of data that allows you, when and if you're able to separate yourselves from TRS Active Care, that you can actually go solicit a different book of business with another provider. Should we go out without that data, so this is a little bit forward thinking, should we go out without that data, we would probably be effectively treated as though we had the same experience pool that the larger TRS pool has today. So that larger TRS pool having the cost that it have, it's likely that would be replicated when we went out for a smaller book of business, even though we've gone out and done wellness activities and really improved the collective health of our organization. So we want to make sure we capture that data and put ourselves in a position to lower our costs for our employees going forward. Correlation with reduced claims, whether it be reduced claims or employee attendance, wellness plans clearly have an impact when they have good participation to drive both claims down, ultimately cost, and then everybody knows that attendance is contingent on being well, and that also drives down costs, not to mention just the overall good outcome of having healthy employees. So benefit options, here's some alternatives. When you look at the district contribution for all employees who participate in health insurance, if in fact it was a $10 a month increase, that's about $500,000. A $20 a month increase, that's about $1 million. So what we're talking about is increasing the district contribution for all employees who would participate in health insurance, specifically for participating in the wellness program. Second option, increasing district contribution for employees who participate in health insurance and the wellness plan. So now you're not just increasing the premium that you're helping employees with or that portion of their contribution, but you're also paying for the administrative and the maintenance costs of the plan itself, which effectively is in the neighborhood of about $350,000, and combined that hits a total purse of about $1.1 million. Some additional considerations, if the preference was to say, and we want to go beyond that, we want to make sure that a wellness program is not only available to those that are included in our health insurance plan, but also to all of our employees. Then you've got an additional plan participation cost in addition to that $1.1 million I talked about a moment ago, in the neighborhood of about $242,000. Cindy, I think I went forward. Are there any questions, Ms. Solins?
Yes, we have some questions this evening. Thank you very much. We'll start with Ms. Pena, please.
On the implementation of the performance pay system, I have a few questions on that. One is, I have a concern that putting a range of salaries for providing that performance pay, what impact would it have continually every year on our budget?
Thank you, Ms. Pena. I actually think that those two things go very easily and very well hand in hand. And so, whereas in past years, I think that the organization's done an outstanding job trying to determine budget without the aid of what I'm about to mention, it makes it fairly automatic, and here's what I mean. So when you assess every year how the market has moved according to the midpoint of each of the ranges, you then do a weighted average, so you look at how heavily those ranges are populated by employees, because it's not going to be even. You'll see how much the ranges have moved and make a recommend. You know, you may have one group that moves 2%, you may have another that moves 3%, you may have another that moves 4%, another that moves 1%. When you take those collective percentages and you put a weighted average on it to represent how many folks are in each group, you effectively come up with your total cost of staying market competitive. That total cost of staying market competitive, at least coming out of the box, would effectively be the budget recommendation for salary adjustments. My experience tells me that there will be times when that is not an affordable figure for the district, or in my experience for the organization. But it's ultimately then a decision of what can we do now that we know what the target is to stay market competitive.
Okay, my concern is that then you're saying you're going to target a group rather than the performance of an individual. So an individual who may be highly exceptional within their group is going to be the person that takes over whatever that group has, if you have a percentage that's going to that group. And so it's going to penalize the group in order to compensate the individual who is so exceptional, we want to reward them.
And maybe I'm not communicating very well, but what I was referring to is just how you determine what budget pool you need, and you start by assessing that to market and do what I mentioned, and then you get a total budget number.
So you're going to have a pay pool?
Yes, ma'am. And that is directly related to how much the market has moved respective to the variety of different jobs and how they've moved. Once you have that pay pool, which effectively could be translated as the budget itself, the individual compensation, the individual adjustment is in fact a significant variation based on performance itself. And not to go into too much detail, but the two primary variables that come into play in a pay-for-performance system, one is the rating itself, and the second is where the person is at in their range penetration. The lower you are in your range penetration, if you're below market, the more significant the increase will be with the same rating, with the objective being getting people to market pay or the midpoint as quickly as possible.
Okay, I understand, because I was in a pay-for-performance system, and I benefited greatly from it.
Yes.
But I know that when they called it the piece of the pie, who's going to get what piece of the pie? And it's a pay pool, and you take a percentage out of it. I got more than my fair share. So, but we got to where we did it for 2 years, and after 2 years, we couldn't afford it because the budget went so far over that. So you have to have constraints.
I agree, and the constraints, I think, are you start with what does it cost to stay market competitive, and you can effectively take, these are hypothetical numbers, but you could effectively take a 3% budget to stay market competitive if that's what the market dictated. And when it came to individual raises, you might have some folks that got 7, you might have some folks that got 7.5, while others might get 1 or none, depending on both performance and on range penetration.
How about 12%?
Well, I'll leave that up to y'all. So.
Okay, and the other thing is that you said you're going to communicate total compensation to employees. That's going to be a hard part. And that's because when you talk about base wages, they're going to think it's their total, which includes their stipends instead of the base salary, and so on. So this is going to be a big issue of having to communicate to employees what exactly the formula is to come to that number that you decide is the salary for that employee. How did you come? That was a big question for us. I learned the formula really quick so I could tell my fellow employees what they were getting before they got the paper that told them what they were getting, within a few cents. But there is a formula that can be used for this.
Yes, ma'am, there is. And when I think of communicating total compensation, in my mind, I see a full sheet per employee that is line item detail that explains to them as opposed to just the outcome of the formula, but so that they can actually see the elements that go into the piece, the entire pie, as you mentioned, and so then they can see the bottom result as well.
Well, that's good. The other thing is on health insurance. Does John's light lit up? Okay, I'm going to leave it to John because he and I had a great conversation, and he had a brilliant idea. So let him explain his idea.
Well, by all means. So, of course, Mr. Hibbs, up next.
I'm under a lot of pressure after that one. I mean, not too many people will say I have brilliant ideas, especially at 10 o'clock. So I want to do a quick review. Last year, with our increase that we had at 3%, that was $9 million. And then in the middle of the year, stay there, Scott. I mean, in the spring here, we had another $3 million basic increase. So over the course of the last 12 months, not even 12 months yet, we've actually had an increase of $12 million in basic salary wages, correct?
Yes, and the adjustments that were made were to get to market, and
Right.
they were for a small portion of the year from March.
Yeah, about half.
Yeah,
But it's still in total what we had to pay
Annualized,
out. We've paid over the past year $12,000 in increases, whether it be in a raise and or market adjustments.
In the total dollar value, if I want to make sure that I say this correctly, total dollar value of the raises that were paid out for the whole year was 10 million something.
Okay.
And then when the adjustments were made, the mid-year adjustments, that the annualized cost of that was 3 million, but we, of course, during the year, we only paid out a portion of
Right.
that,
Okay.
so, yeah.
The impact of this
Right,
next year's
right,
budget is going to
the
be over
annualized
13.
impact, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I not really want to talk semantics. I would just want to make sure that I was reading it correctly. So with the 2%, we're talking about just under $6.8 million if we came back with a 2% this year, and if we included in one of the proposals on the health benefits, let's look at the number 2 option, which is the 1.122. Okay, with that particular plan, we're saying that those that participate in this, they would have a 20% or $20, I'm sorry, a month increase in their health care contribution, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but then we have the certain populace that doesn't take part in health care.
Right.
So for them, the wellness plan, is that where their benefit would come in?
Yeah, as a third option here, we could choose to also provide access to a wellness program for the people who don't take health insurance, and that's this, and it would cost close to $250,000 for the plan itself.
Okay, and so how is that $250,000 derived? Is that something that's going back then to an employee, or is that the cost of
That's
us
the
running
cost
the
that we
program?
pay to the company that administers the plan and
Okay.
and runs the plan.
So the idea there is we keep our employees healthier, and by them being healthier, they're not going to have to use they're not going to have to go to the clinics, and thus we keep our cost
It helps us, I
check.
think, on several levels, and Mr. Kale can address this as well, but ideally, we'd like to see, if our employees are healthier and are able to reduce their absences, then that may reduce our substitute costs. It keeps teachers in the classroom with their students more. And then it gives us, again, that book of business so that going forward, we create the book of business that we would like to be able to take with us when we do get to potentially leave TRS. And I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think those are both the salient points. I think the only other thing you could point out is that there are some conditions that are clearly spreading, whether it be the flu or otherwise, and one of the wellness program elements may well be flu shots. Not to mention being well in the first place and not having that, and ultimately having a larger population that's affected by that. So I think that, combined with the general idea of attendance and effectiveness and the book of business to move forward, should we be able to get separate from TRS and have a lower premium, we'd probably have higher enrollment, in which case the organization who would be interested in that book of business would want that data, and we'd want to be in a position to be able to provide it if we could.
Okay. I'm trying to see how we can leverage the two together, and I want to make sure that we've got those employees that take part in the program. We have those that don't. So you're always going to have those that don't saying, hey, you're raising the value for the ones that are participants. So, if in this case we're talking about raising that by $20 under the plan. So, we're with the increase, which I'm all for. I'm just wanting to make sure that those people that are spouses, they're on their spouses' plans. I want to make sure that, that they don't view their non-participation, that they're not being supported at the same level. A program that my particular company has, if I'm not in the program at all, they actually pay me $125 a check back. I'm not suggesting that we can do that, but I'm just saying that that's how that program works for a company. And so, if somebody's on that and they have a spouse that's covered well, then they're in good shape. If we put in this wellness program, and there would be some encouragement or is there some encouragement for people to actively participate, and thus may, maybe a lesser amount may be added to, to their salary, rather than it being a premium, it would be something for their salary.
I think there's options, but they just don't come with price tags. The nature of $20, even though it sounds nominal, obviously rolls up very quickly.
Sure.
So that has some effect on a premium and maybe a lesser perceived effect when it's added directly to salary. But it doesn't mean that there aren't options should that decision be made to look at other types of incentives. There's things like Fitbits that could be provided as incentives. I don't know how familiar most are with that, but there's technology that's actually pretty cool. It shows up on your cell phone, and you can work with watching how your friends are doing in terms of their exercise, and tell what your weight goes if you want them to know, up or down, and how you're doing with your eating habits. And it actually becomes a very social event. And that's just one example, but that kind of example of being able to provide that to folks who choose to participate is the kind of thing that, if that budget were available, that I would recommend, because it's in context of wellness, and also probably has a little bit higher perceived value than the one-time expenditure to the payroll.
Okay, maybe I should know this, and because I really haven't investigated the employee program outside of just seeing the levels in the overall program. Does the current program have incentives based in it for non-smokers, maybe giving free life insurance or something like that?
No, we don't have anything like that. And, I would say that TRS has priced their overall premiums based on claims, and lifestyle habits of all the members across the state, but there's no differentiation for if you smoke or don't smoke, or drink or don't drink, and that sort of thing.
Do we, as a district, have the opportunity to say if somebody, qualifies that they're, indicates that they're a non-smoker, doesn't skydive, those type of things, have the ability to maybe offer $100,000, $200,000 policy at no cost to them if they meet that criteria?
I think I would echo what Mr. Kale said a minute ago about choices and options, and you have some different plan designs that we could offer, and that could be something that we could explore.
Well, I'm thinking that could be something that could have a truly positive benefit for an employee that comes at a much reduced rate for the district, but the employee may be having to get their own life insurance outside where their premiums would be much higher than if we had a group rate, and looking to see if that would be a potential option. I don't know. I know that that's something we probably wouldn't be able to figure out within the next 4 weeks, but I think that definitely over the long term it might be something that we could evaluate.
And I think with that total compensation and that kind of analysis, that's going to be very relevant to that discussion, because it shows the differentiation and it could model it a way that makes it an incentive.
Okay, so right now, Mr. Cale, you have the wellness program, and then you have the additional option number 3. That would be just to include the additional employees that would fall under the wellness program.
The additional employees that are not currently taking our health plan, yes, sir.
So that would roughly take it to $600,000 instead of the $349,000.
For the cost of the program without the cost of the incentive, yes, sir.
Okay. I think I want to sit back and listen to my fellow trustees to give some thoughts, and I may interject again at the end.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hibbs. Dr. Reich?
Thank you. Let's continue on this wellness plan, health insurance options. So the roughly $600,000 that Mr. Hibbs just stated, you said, is that less the cost of incentives. Do we have that number? Or
I think we're talking. The question I was trying to answer for Mr. Hibbs was the 242 on that page combined with the 349 on the prior page is effectively the wellness plan programmatic cost for inclusion of all employees, whether they're on our health plan or not. Mm-hmm. The incentive that's listed is only being recommended for those that are in our health plan at this point anyway, as a premium reduction.
Okay. Okay. And I know there was one more slide. Do we need to look at that slide before I continue on?
Thank you, Dr. Rice.
Yes.
Ms. Powell, can you present that last slide that puts everything in context? Thank you.
All right. What we've modeled here is a potential impact of some of the things we've discussed this evening. And so the operating surplus, again, that's that $9.3 million that is already in the proposed budget for that we looked at first. Includes the FFC recommendations that were approved at the last meeting and the new positions that we've discussed. The board, a little bit ago, took action to approve 4 other FFC recommendations totaling $219,000. So if we then incorporate that cost into the budget, then we begin looking at some of these other things we're discussing. We could do a 2% raise and offer the wellness program basically for all employees with the incentive for those who are in health insurance by by reducing their premiums by the $20 a month. All that could go into the budget, and we would have a surplus of a little under $1 million, an operating surplus. And then again, you see the line item there where we back off the cost of the to construct the new elementary school. So that's what it would look like if we approved all of these items we've discussed this evening.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm intrigued by the wellness program. I do think, you know, we've talked every year about the rising cost of health insurance premiums, the net effect of potential reduction in take-home that a lot of our staff experience. And I do believe no matter how much we try to increase, we're never going to catch up. It's beyond our reach. And coming up with something that, like this wellness program, might help mitigate that in a much more effective manner. And I do really appreciate what Mr. Kale had to say as far as getting ourselves in a smart position going forward to get lower premiums, better plans, assuming we are going away from the TRS active care. So I think that's where I really am intrigued by this. I have to think about it a little bit more, wrap my head around it, because this is brand new. I don't have any specific questions on it at this point. I do have a question on salary increases. With the FFC, beyond the health care reinstating the health insurance premiums back to that $260 level, the salary increases were more centered around at a minimum cost of living increase.
Their recommendation was that the board consider giving a raise of not less than, was the way it was stated.
Right.
You know, the cost of living increase.
And I haven't seen that
I
cost of
think
living.
they even used the term a reasonable cost of living increase of
0.5. 0.5 is the
It's actually 0.7, most current one, and the next update will be the May CPIW, and that comes out on June 17th.
Okay, we're well above that though, which is good. Okay, well, that's. I think that would mean what I'm going through is making sure that we're still kind of matched up with what the FFC's intent and spirit was, knowing that we can't necessarily do every single thing, but we're getting really, really close, so I think that's great. Let me see, I thought I had another question. No, I don't. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Vice President Sullins. Where did Mr. Kale run off to? Let me see if I can word this right. Last year, we raised starting teacher pay to $50,000 and became market leader in our area, right? At least for the time being. At the end of the year, after everybody else around here got done with their pay, were we still the market leader?
The information I have is, as of now, yes. However, we're going into that cycle where it's likely that other districts will be moving. If we did nothing for entry-level pay, we would probably slip moderately based on the data that I've seen.
Okay. Wellness program. Well, first off, is it the district's recommendation that we go back to $260 per month per employee, or is that thing off the table as far as the district is concerned? Undo what we did several years ago as far as reducing the district contribution to health insurance?
Make sure I understand the question, but you know, 2 years ago, we were contributing $260 a month, and when we lowered it, we created two different rates. We lowered it for professional individuals to $225 a month, and so that was a $35 reduction. So if this were approved, someone would see $20 per month of that $35 reduction restored. All other employees, paraprofessionals and auxiliary workers, would see that that contribution fully restored. because they were reduced, their contribution was reduced by $20 before, so this would put it back where it had been.
I'd really rather not look at it that way. I look at it like we haven't done anything with that, and now we're going to try to do this wellness program, which could put $20 a month back into your pocket. Because in fact, we're not increasing back to $260 at all.
Well, again, with the paraprofessionals and auxiliary workers, if they're in health insurance and if they sign up for the wellness program, that's all they have to do. It's not going to be, you know, accumulating points to get to that. If they are in the wellness program and they take health insurance, then we would be contributing $260 a month for them.
They have to register for the wellness program, but they don't have to do anything?
They're going to, it's an in or out versus accumulating points to earn that additional contribution. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
No, it's not that they don't have to do anything. There will be requirements like getting your health screening assessment and things like that in order to stay in the program, yes.
Okay, so month by month, we would get a report that would tell us whether or not they earned their $20.
Effectively, yes. Month by month, we'll get a activity report that tells us whether someone is participating or not participating.
Okay, and again, like you said earlier, we don't care how healthy they are. We just want to know that they did what they were supposed to do.
That's
probably a poor way to put it, but
we don't want personal private information. We want to know that people are working toward the goals of the program.
thank you. Wait a minute. So if now, as part of this program, you're going to get a health screening, right up front?
It is intended. We have not picked a vendor, and there's lots of options, but yes, that's typically a core part of the program, to get a health screening.
So I could call this the poor man's health insurance? I sign up, I get my free health screening, and I'm good to go for another year? And I get $20?
Well, you get a $20 reduction in your health care premium if you're in the health care
Only
plan.
if I'm out in the program?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't get the $20?
Not if you're not in the program, no.
Okay. And if we gave everybody $20 for being in the program, it would cost a lot of money? 4,000 times 20 times
Yeah,
12.
it would take, if you went back to,
Right.
this is the amount of money just to cover, this is the amount of money that's 242 just to cover the folks who are not currently in our health
Well, it'd
insurance
be
plan.
4,000 times
And that's
20
just
times
programmatic,
12.
right? If you go back here, you've got the $20 a month, and this is just the folks, that's 773.
So
that's just for, what percentage population do we have participating, Cindy, in our health plans? So that's just over, it would be just under another, that's just over half of what the cost would be.
Another 700.
Yes.
So I guess the question for the board is it worth another $20 a month per employee for us to encourage people to be in that wellness program? I guess that's the way to look at it. Or $10 a month if you're not in the insurance. We could get creative, Mr. Kale?
I think you could get very creative because I don't think it has to be a per capita, per head incentive. I think you can have incentives for participation not quite as removed as raffle type events, but still nonetheless incentive for participation levels. I think you could get very creative depending on what budget you had to work with.
I'm sure there will be some concern about Big Brother knows everything about me now, and your assurance is that we won't get any of the health information on per person, but that will be stored somewhere. So if a person were to be in the program and leave us to go somewhere else, would this come back to haunt them?
Absolutely not. This is a third-party organization whose business it is, whose credibility professionally is on the line. We have, at least I personally, and I'm sure my colleagues have no intention of selecting an organization that isn't well established and whose reputation, in fact, is contingent upon future business, where they recognize that privacy of information is not only an expectation of future business, but in many cases it's also an expectation of the law through HIPAA.
Mayor, if I could, I think we did some math, and for the number of employees who are not in health insurance, if you take that group, that's there are 3,600 people who are not in health insurance now, And then, so we're getting $20 a month, you're roughly around $800,000 additional cost if you were to pay all of those individuals to participate. If they all signed up for the health insurance program, the additional contribution you would make to them, $20 a month, would be like $800,000.
Okay. Now, nobody can sign up for insurance just yet, so how do we think we're going to roll this out during the summer?
If this were if the wellness program were effectively approved by the board, my recommendation would be at open enrollment that we still give the option and the preliminary information that we're having a wellness program, general guidelines of what to expect, although the level of specificity of the program may not be completely available, but general expectations of what enrollment means, and the option that when the program is fully rolled out, that this reduction in premium is an expectation of ongoing participation. So rather than have it be hand in hand of, for example, August 1st, the program's available, they'd effectively be getting a month or maybe two of reduced premium for the promise of participating as the program was available 30 to 60 days later.
Okay. I think that it's to the district's benefit that all of our employees are well, and we probably should look at applying this to everybody. The wellness part, whether or not everybody gets the $20, I think we should fund having it available to all of our employees.
And that's part of that model in that last slide. Is that right, Cindy?
Right. I really wanted to make it clear that by doing the wellness program, we're not returning to the $260 per month for all employees. So that everybody's clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Kale.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Ms. Mays?
Okay, I just have a couple of questions for clarification for me. Have we surveyed the employees to know how many of our employees that are not on our insurance are not covered by insurance at all? So we don't know how many employees we have that are not even covered?
No, we don't ask them if they have coverage somewhere else.
Okay. And then for evaluating our salary ranges every year, just to make sure that we're competitive, is that now something that we would do in-house, or is this something you're still suggesting we have a consultant do
And
every
we
year?
can do this in-house. Mr. Kale can speak to that. We can get the data from TASB to make that assessment ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we have the TASB data, which is already available to us, it's just a matter of doing the math, which I've certainly done previously in my career. I know what to do.
And have we done a survey at all in asking the employees if they are interested in wellness?
Not to my knowledge at this point, no.
And I will say that there is a component in the strategic plan for year 3 of the strategic plan is wellness for students and faculty, and so this certainly aligns very well with that activity.
Okay. And then I guess my last question or comment is trying to understand what the wellness program would look like for a school district. For instance, with my job, the wellness looks like time off work. And in the case of education, we don't want our teachers to not be in the classroom. We want them to be in the classroom. So I was trying to picture what it would look like, and I think some examples you gave was, for instance, flu shots free. Possibly one of the other options was receiving the $20 decrease on their premiums.
Yes, I think part of the core of the recommendation is that the incentive to participate, if you're a health plan participant, is a reduction in your premium every month, your health care premium by $20. The program itself, while I think we have lots of options as we look at different vendors and put it out to an RFQ, the core of any good program is going to be psychometric testing and making sure that there's a health risk assessment done for every employee so everybody has kind of the eyes wide open. Where am I really at? What's my status check? How am I doing? Do I have risk factors? What are the recommendations on those risk factors? Am I starting to get regular information now as it pertains to that information that's been personalized to me of what I can do differently? What kind of things are being organized from a community perspective, whether they be at the campus or at the overall district? There's just a whole lot that can be done. The thing that I think is really exciting, though, that is available in most programs, and I would recommend that it be included, is that when that information comes in, these third-party organizations that do this for a living, they have the capacity to understand who your high-risk employees are. Again, not sharing that with us per se, we're kept at arm's length. But if I have risk factors that put me at high risk, and typically those are the folks that have a number of different high numbers on their blood screening or otherwise, and yet I have had little to no event or experience with the doctor themselves. Right. Those are the people who are in trouble but don't know it. Those are the people who are probably going to be at serious risk of having a very significant life health issue and the cost that goes with it. And so the intervention aspect in most of these programs is that with that top tier, you actually have active coaching going on, whether it be from a licensed vocational nurse or otherwise, from the program that works with that person, for example, on management of diabetes, for people who have the condition, haven't acknowledged it, aren't doing anything about it, and have the potential to have a significant lifestyle upgrade as a result of the intervention.
Thank you. I like the idea, and I think it is very important that we care about all of our employees and want them to be well. And the whole time you're talking about this, I'm just looking out going, stress will be a factor for everybody involved. Okay, so following along with the strategic plan, I guess kind of like you said, if we want to make sure that we give everybody in the district an option, then wellness sounds like a good opportunity since we can't make people participate in the insurance. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. Dr. Rush.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions kind of in line with what Ms. Mays was asking regarding the salary market review annually. One of the reasons that we used a consultant this first go-around was to take those job classifications that are in outside education industry to get those numbers. So, Mr. Kale, how are we going to make sure that we're staying current with that entire market?
That data came from TASB, just as the educational salary data came from TASB, and that data was used a particular formula depending on the job or the grade. For example, a diagnostician may have had a blended set of data that had 50% private market for hospital care, for example, where they could go to work, and 50% educational. We have that information. We know, or at least I do, what the formulas were, and TASB would be my resource to get renewed data and then effectively do the math on our end. The real value in it, and I'm thrilled that happened, is that TASB had the expertise and the knowledge to get everything cleaned up and in order. And it should require much less maintenance going forward. But as long as we have their resource of the data itself, know what they used for blended information versus direct information from education, we should be okay.
Okay. Well, and I appreciate Ms. May's question, and I really like the answer so that we don't have an additional recurring expense going forward that way. On the wellness plan, I absolutely agree that we do have an option for all employees that is in line with our strategic plan. There's irrefutable data to support the positive net effect of a wellness plan in any industry, in any company, really. So I'm absolutely for that. My concern is the numbers that you've got here. Where did they come from? Because there's a billion different wellness companies and plans, and are we going to be coming back with a budget amendment that is double this if we approve this type of a model?
I completely understand the question, and I have no intention of coming back with something that's double. there may be a moderate variation up or down, but where we got these numbers is we actually went out in advance and talked to 2 reputable organizations and had them come in and spend a few hours with us each. It was very, very similar, that the way they packaged their prices were different, but with the same set of expectations, the end number was very close to the same. So admittedly, it is not a large sample, but it was 2 reputable organizations with the same expectations that came to the number in different ways, but still got to the same number.
Okay. Okay. Well, that gives me a degree of comfort there. And yeah, as far as in cents, it's pretty much unlimited what we could do there. Right. And the other question I have is on the participation number, the benchmark. Is it a benchmark, that 70%? Is that typical what other companies would see as a buy-in? And if there's other pub ed districts that are doing this, is that the numbers that they see? Do you have any information on that?
I don't have information on what other public education organizations are experiencing, but that 70% came from the direct interview question to these 2 organizations that we had, and the specific question was not in general, but in first year of uptake. What is your experience in terms of people participation from the eligible pool? Mm-hmm. And the answer was 60 to 70. Okay. Now 70 is probably aggressive, and we probably modeled it that way so that we don't come back with a significantly higher number. But the number is 60 to 70 in terms of uptake in that first year from an eligible pool. And both organizations, both vendors effectively had the same answer.
And beyond that uptake year, does it level off? Does it continue to rise or decrease?
I didn't ask that question. My personal experience is it's completely dependent on how well the program is marketed and maintained.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the thinking. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Rosh. Mr. Hibbs?
Okay, I'm going to just try to wrap things up here, at least for my my brilliance. Yeah. Okay. First and foremost, Ms. Pena was asking for very relevant questions, but this year no performance pay, so no one needs to worry about that at all. I don't want that to get lost in the discussion here. So there is no performance pay that we're talking about at this point at all. Okay. Under the current medical benefits that's going to be offered, this teledoc, one of the things I would suggest, because I'm in a program that has that, and I can tell you I've never used it, and there's some great benefits to it apparently. I haven't taken the time to understand it. So I think that would be something that as we roll this out with our employees to really, if we can allow somebody to come in and really sit down and explain how these benefits work, I think it's valuable. I'm having to do it over a computer, and it just doesn't work as well as somebody that understands the program itself. I'm a little bit concerned, and this is the hand that we're dealt with TRS rolling this out so late in the year. We're going to expect our employees to understand that they need to register between July 21st and August 31st.
And we'll have to do a pretty significant communication.
Absolutely,
yes.
Absolutely. We can't allow that part to be dropped, and especially if we're adding the wellness program to it.
We really began that back in March and April when we were telling employees that there will be no spring open enrollment and that it would be coming and when, and so they've heard this to some degree, and so we'll just have to get the information out to them now so they can be prepared as soon as they come back to.
Like I would say, we've slept since then, so I mean, it's just a situation that I know that I have to constantly remind the employees that I work with during that 3-week open enrollment window that I work under almost daily. Have you done it yet? Have you done it yet? Because inevitably there will be somebody that hasn't at 12:01, and now it's a big deal. So I would say that we put whatever best marketing effort that we have in place. Mr. Barron, to your point, the wellness program, if people are active in the TRS in healthcare and enrolled in the wellness program, otherwise there's no change. If they're enrolled voluntarily in the wellness program, then a professional employee could go up to from 220 to 240, and the paraprofessionals would go to from 240 to 260.
Yeah,
correct?
and actually on the professionals, they're at 225 right now, so
225.
it'd go
So
to
they would go
245.
245.
We really can't look at it that way. Here's why. This is going to be one of my questions, if I can cut in here for just a
Sure.
second. The employee is going to pay the 260, or the whole amount. They're going to get a rebate from us of the $20, and it's going to show up as a separate item on their pay stub. Is that correct?
It would be that it's actually a monthly reduction of their premium. So as long as they're participating in the wellness program, then the district will contribute that additional $20 a month, and so they will have less money deducted from their paycheck for their health insurance premiums. It doesn't show
But-
up as a separate line item.
I thought we discussed the other day it would show up as a separate line item.
No.
So some months.
Yeah, and he's right. On a check stub, we can show that employer contribution, and that's part of that total comp discussion. But it won't be a separate line of income, or it won't come to them periodically. It's every month. Their health insurance deduction will be less by the amount of our additional contribution, this extra $20.
Can I interject?
Please.
Mr. Barron, are you, I think what you might be referring to is whether or not this is a taxable event, and therefore, is that?
That's a separate item, but no, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking that it was going to show up as, you pay, say, $260 every month. On wellness months, which for everybody should be every month, somehow $20 would come back into your check. But you're saying that it won't show 260, it'll show 240.
Well, again, I think maybe I'm not following the question, but if the monthly premium is $325, that's the premium for an employee only on the high deductible plan. The district is going to contribute, right now we contribute $225 a month towards that. So the employee, $100 would come out of their check right now for that. And so if they're in the wellness plan, then it would be, they're going to have $40 less deducted out of their pay to get that same health insurance.
So we're, right now it would say minus $100. On that month it would say minus 80. For the 20.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it gets back to the 245, 260.
Right, and it's not going to, yes.
Just want to make sure that we're pretty clear there. Okay. So looking at that last budget slide, and this is, we've got $9.3 million, and for anybody that's wondering what that is, that's the surplus that keeps us from operating in a deficit balance, meaning that we take away from our reserves. With the FFC recommendations that we've already voted to approve, that's the 219,533. And if we said, okay, we're good to go with a 2% salary increase, that's 6.743, almost $6.744 million. Then we add in the wellness plan of $1.22 million, and the 240, let's round it off, 243. That would give us still a surplus, and let's not put in the school here because that confuses everything. of just sly of $1 million. So it would allow for any type of adjustments that may come about during this operating year. So we stay within the surplus that we have. We use almost all of it up, but we're able to both answer questions or the concerns for health insurance and the raise.
That's
Okay.
great.
I just want to make sure that we're all clear. That's
Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. Ms. Mays?
The only comment I was going to make to what you were saying was, since there was a shorter enrollment period, getting the information out, that's already been said. But also, I would kind of like to see, and I'm not saying that it's going to change the timing of us voting, I would just like to see, for my purposes, if the uptake year, you're hoping that if you do market it right, if you do make the incentives right, if you maintain it right, it actually is going to increase, because I would hope that our ultimate goal is to have almost everybody participating. So I would just like to see that cost within that 70%, that 80, 90, and then maybe 100, just so that I can know what that number is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. Mr. Barron, is this your light from earlier, or do you have another question? Okay, all right, very good.
Wellness program reduced health insurance premiums. So that's the one that has the $20 per participant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And for Mr. Kale, I know as we've gone through the market study and all, there's been a lot of discussion of job classifications, and some people didn't think they were in the right classification, that sort of thing. Is that an ongoing process for this year, or are we done now?
Well, I think that there are still a number of employee questions that need to be entertained as they come up, and I think there are still some employees who do not have full clarity as to why they may have been reclassified. And I think there's a common theme that's going on in terms of that particular issue, and it comes down, and I'll explain that in a moment, but effectively, to answer your question directly, on the one hand, I believe we are done with reclassifications, but I do not believe we are done with communication and understanding. And I separate those two issues because the TASB recommendations used market information to reclassify and re-level jobs in some cases, and regroup and make it more effective and streamlined and more targeted towards the type of jobs we have, like technology versus administrative, when previously they were all grouped in one large set. What I believe has been a struggle is that for individuals who are doing the job, what individuals see is, you know, I'm doing X, Y, and Z, and it's not possible, and I completely empathize, I understand that anybody could know, and I believe that I should be placed here, not there. What actually happened with the TASB study and recommendations is they compared job functions and job titles to similar job functions and job titles in other districts, and then they leveled them by grade as well as by pay range accordingly. So there are going to be deviations and differences, but in effect, the broader grouping of the function and the title had commonality enough that it was able to be compared with other districts, and that's why the recommendations were made and leveling occurred as it did. But I do think we have more communication opportunity to help people understand that concept.
While you're still there, last year we were the market leader with a 2% pay raise. Will we still be tops or close to tops?
Well, I think
crystal ball.
I think last year we were the market leader in entry-level pay for teachers. I don't think we were necessarily the market leader across the board in other positions. I think the 2% across the board increase will allow us to maintain competitiveness, where we won't have to make a significant disproportionate jump next year in order to stay competitive. But I think our objective, unless otherwise directed, is to stay market competitive versus necessarily being at the top 10% of the tier. But that's a choice, obviously, for yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. If I may just jump in with a quick question, and appreciate the comprehensive questions from the board this evening, and reserving the time to then I find I get all check marks on all of them. But I do have just a couple here, and one is or comment more with the teledoc program. I agree with you, Mr. Hibbs, but I think that we have an opportunity not to just communicate that at enrollment time, but year round and at peak need seasons and cold and flu season, so that we could continually communicate rather than one-time communication, so their employees could benefit from that option.
And I'll interject, it's my understanding from some folks that work where they have that service, people love it. It's simple, and you don't have to go to the doctor and wait for an hour in the waiting room to find out about your upper respiratory infection that you know you have. And so people really like that. I think people will utilize that a lot.
I'm fortunate to have a program something like that, and it has been very helpful to me, so I agree. And I also agree with Mr. Barron's comments on that it would be nice if we could demonstrate these discounts on their paychecks somehow, so that there's a clear articulation of how our wellness program works and how it benefits the employee, not only in terms of their health, but monthly in terms of a premium reduction, if that's possible. So there's just actually just comments.
I have, and this is courtesy of Mr. Drollinger. I told you up front that, they're really good. So the question that Mrs. Mays asked about wanting to see that incremental cost for a wellness program for the people not in the health insurance program, if we got to 70%, 80%, 90% participation. Again, this is focused on the people who are not in the health insurance. So at 70% participation, that's what we've already modeled. The cost of that plan would be about $43,000. At 80% participation, that would be $277,401. At 90%, it would be $312,077, and at 100% participation, it would be $346,752.
Thank you. Mr. Hibbs, your light's up.
Yes, matter of fact, because I don't know if we've realized this, but this is all listed under a action discussion and under FFC. Ms. Mays, this is actually a pretty good, I appreciate that Ms. Powell was able to bring up those numbers. Mandy.
Tony.
You guys, thanks. Appreciate it. Tony. That actually gives us some cushion because of what we have in that 984,000, because that looks like it would only increase no more if we had 100%, no more than about $100,000. With that, I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we act on these tonight, and my motion would be that we accept a 2% salary increase, the inclusion of the wellness program and a reduced health insurance premiums as outlined by the administration, and the wellness program for employees not in the health insurance plan.
A motion from Mr. Hibbs.
I will second that motion.
I have a second from Dr. Reich. Any discussion? Very good. Then please vote. Oops, I missed. I'm sorry, I didn't see it light up.
So
Mr.
this
Barron.
is under the item. This is under the action item, the discussion action item for Financial Futures Committee recommendations.
Yes. Thank you.
That's all.
More questions? Please vote. Motion passes with all board members present voting in the affirmative. Thank you very much. But we're not done. Yeah.
There's more.
It's that time of year. It is. I think up next is the proposed tax rate. Ms. Powell, is that correct?
That is correct, and
Okay.
this is very brief, and it's a housekeeping matter. Vice President Sullins, board members, Dr. Cavazos, I want to be clear on what we're doing and where we'll go with this action that you just took. We will build those additional costs into a proposed budget that we bring back to you at our next meeting. On June 26th, we will have a public hearing on the proposed budget and tax rate. You know, we've said repeatedly that we don't actually adopt the tax rate until August, but the law requires that we have a hearing, a public hearing on the proposed budget and the tax rate before the board actually adopts it. And we have to post a notice in the paper about that hearing. And it has to be published 10 days, at least 10 days prior to the hearing. So we've left at your places that notice that we have prepared, and that will be printed in the Star Telegram actually tomorrow. And if we need to, you know, we certainly can republish it by Monday and still be fine. But the law requires that we include in this notice some information about the proposed tax rate. And so ultimately, we can't adopt a rate that's higher than what's published in the paper. We can always adopt a rate that's less than. It doesn't have to be exactly what's published in the notice. So we will have this public hearing on June 26th, and we will publish this notice tomorrow. We'll actually adopt the tax rate in August. And so the rates that we are recommending go into the notice, and what we've got in there at the moment on the M&O side is $1.04, no change there. And then on the debt service side, it would be that 31.84 cents that we've discussed last week and again tonight, that reflects the impact of the first sale of our bonds on the new bond program. And so a total combined rate of $1.3584 would be the proposed rate. Again, you know, this is to get this notice in the paper for the hearing. We'll set the tax rate in August, and if for some reason something were to change with our property values and all of a sudden we need a debt service rate that's higher than what we proposed, we simply republish that notice in August before we and have another hearing before we actually adopt that tax rate. So with that, it would be appropriate for someone to make a motion that we print that published or that proposed tax rate of $1.3584 in the notice.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion?
Move to publish that tax rate.
Second.
A motion by Dr. Reich and a second by Ms. Mays. Is there any discussion? Please vote. All trustees vote in the affirmative. The motion passes. Thank you, Mrs. Powell, for a very long and informative evening. I appreciate you very much. So, next, we come to the next section on our agenda, our open forum for non-agenda items. This second open forum segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to address the trustees on any subject except personnel. This is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. I have 6 cards from the audience. When your name is called, please step to the podium. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. A lighted timer on the podium will assist you in pacing your presentation. A yellow light will illuminate when there is 1 minute left for you to complete your presentation. When the red light on the buzzer sounds, please end your presentation. And thank you for your patience this evening with us. We appreciate you staying. Our first speaker this evening is Joni Holder.
Thank you, Vice President Sullins, Dr. Cavazos, and the board. 4 hours ago, I knew what I was talking about, but right now, I'm not sure. So please just bear with me and know that what I'm fixing to say, has my time started? Oh, shoot. Okay, I can't ramble. But just know that what I'm about to say is very dear to my heart and to many, many, many teachers in AISD. Okay, I had to rearrange some things, so let me start. I already told you that my name is Joni Holder. I've taught in the Arlington Independent School District for 34 years. I care deeply about this district, and although I've been around a long time, this is my first time to address the board. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak about the concerns of myself and a lot of my colleagues in elementary education. After 34 years of teaching, you would think that my job would be a piece of cake, but instead I find myself feeling like a first-year teacher all over again. I know this job is not for sissies, and I realize that it's a difficult, demanding profession, but over the last few years, it has become overwhelming. I speak for myself and many of my colleagues when I say that we feel like we cannot keep up with the expectations of our district. Please know my purpose tonight is not to complain about the requirements of a teacher. The last thing I want is for you to think of me as a whiner who is looking for an easy road. I just want you to be aware of the reality of many elementary teachers. After teaching for 34 years, I have had the privilege of meeting many wonderful teachers along the way. I see them often at in-services and district meetings. As we've talked over the past few years, we have all had a common bond. The word overwhelmed keeps coming up again and again and again. The beginning and ending of every school year has always been a challenge and always been overwhelming, but now it seems that that feeling continues throughout the entire year. You may be thinking that I've just taught too long, I'm tired, and I should retire. And nothing could be further from the truth, although I am a little tired tonight, and I do feel like at times that retirement would be a better option. I still love teaching children, and I'm willing to give 100% plus to my profession. This has nothing to do with being old and tired. I hear the same sentiments from the young and perky and all teachers in between. Being overwhelmed has unfortunately become a common bond for many respected elementary teachers. I'm referring to teachers who still care and who still desperately want to make a difference in children's lives. We agree with many of the district's goals and policies, such as the instructional model, PLCs, common assessments, RTI, data dashboards, positive behavior intervention systems, and many others, and we want to support them. However, each of them takes extra time from our day. The problem is not the desire to support these programs. The problem is that we do not have enough time. I'm a firm believer that my job is to teach students while they are in my classroom. My time should not be spent filling out paperwork, making plans, grading papers, or gathering data while students are in my classroom. My number one goal is to teach my students. That being said, when teachers are engaged with their students for the majority of the day, there's very little time for anything else. We have a 30-minute lunch and one 50-minute conference planning time. That conference time is often taken up with parent conferences, RTI meetings, PLCs, ARDs, grade level meetings, gathering data from tests, unpacking texts, catching up on monitoring notes on students, researching technology ideas, and if we are lucky, making plans for the next day. This does not include grading papers, which is typically done by most elementary teachers at home. It is simply impossible to complete all the required tasks within the school day. Thus, we are working many hours before and after school and on weekends. We are desperate for more planning, collaboration, and teaming time. We have repeatedly asked for an additional teaming, or as they call it in secondary, an advisory time from our district. Eeks. Oh, I still got a minute. Okay. We've been told to be creative and try to make it happen on our campus, but there are no funds available. Do the secondary schools have to be creative? When we do come up with ideas, we do not feel like we are being heard. A few years ago, our secondary colleagues lost their additional teaming time, and they were outraged. They united and spoke out, and they were heard, and within a year, their additional planning time had been reinstated. We do not begrudge our secondary colleagues for their extra time. They need it, but we need it as well. It's time for elementary teachers to stand up and be heard as well. We need additional planning time. Yikes. Okay, let me see if I can get the thing. We love our profession. We're dedicated to it. We're called to it. We want to comply with all of the district's requests, but we are not superhuman. There's only so much we can do in a day, and we feel like we have been surpassed. I have kept a log of overtime for the 1 month. I've worked 70 hours overtime, and that's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening. The rest of it was just to say more of the same, but to let you know that these are dedicated teachers that are feeling this way. We want to make a difference, but we want y'all to hear us and help us. Please support us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Holder. Next up is Jana Mulkey.
Board members, Vice President Sullins, and Dr. Cavazos. Before I begin, I want to thank you for reinstating those dyslexia teachers. There's one step in helping us. That is huge. Many of my colleagues give up many of their conference time before school and after school, and they've been doing that for free, so we appreciate that. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm a proud product of AISD. I attended Bailey and AHS. Both of my sons were educated at Key, Gunn, and AHS, and I have been blessed to teach for AISD for 30 years. Recently, I spoke in support of the bond proposal for AISD. I believe in this district, and I support it. That being said, I come before you tonight to ask for your support. As elementary teachers, we're coming together asking for additional time to better serve our students. Secondary teachers currently have approximately 40 minutes per day than elementary teachers, which equals 708 minutes and about 120 hours per school year. Yes, I am a math teacher. Added to this is 4 early dismissal days, which counts for 8 additional hours for secondary. We believe the time secondary teachers have is essential to each teacher performing their job. We're just asking for the same. Several of us have been talking with central office administration, our principals, and a few of you about these inequities. We do not believe we are much closer to a solution. We have been told to be creative, but don't include ideas that would require a large sum of money. My question to you is, was the same directive given to secondary? I don't believe so. A couple of years ago, secondary lost its additional time due to budget cuts. It was not even a year before adjustments were made. As a member of the DIDC committee, I remember that the cost to support this was a large sum. Within a year, the extra period was reinstated. It was justified because the teachers would be using the time for PLC, RTI, conferences with students, and tutoring. A second question to you is, when do you expect the elementary teachers to do that? Right now, you're asking us to do those during our 50-minute planning period, which leaves very little time, if no planning. We have just had more time. We don't have more time. I do understand that secondary needs are different than elementary, but we are drowning. The demands on our time have grown exponentially. The elementary teachers are being asked to do the jobs of many. Some examples are counselors. At a time when money cannot be found to help us, it's my understanding, and it wasn't talked about tonight, so I was kind of confused about that, but 2 counselors are being added to each high school and several to the junior highs. The teachers at the elementary level do these jobs of counselors. We do our own schedules, and I don't know if y'all know that, but we create the schedules for the kids. We do it, we separate them, we create all of our classes. This task is very consuming because we spend time balancing classes while evaluating educational and behavior needs. We are also responsible for all the cumulative records for the students. Technology. When we ask for technology teachers, the response we have been given is the district wants technology to be integrated in all subjects. I agree that technology should be a part of each subject, but technology support is necessary. Another question, if this is the district's philosophy, then why are several technology-based classes at both the junior high and high school level? Our thoughts are that elementary school would be the most logical start for this support. Support programs, AVID, Plato, Grade Recovery, and many others are all support programs at the secondary level. Elementary teachers wear all of these hats every day. We love our job, and we love teaching, and we would not still be here if we didn't. When we reflect over the tasks that we perform, we are amazed at all we do. We are flattered that you must believe that we are superhuman, but we need you to know that we are not. We are tired and we need help. Several ideas have been presented and a committee was formed to try to come to a solution. One solution that has been mentioned is providing substitutes for the teachers. I believe this money would not be well spent. To allow each court teacher half a day of planning each 6 weeks would cost approximately $500,000. This would give each teacher 18 additional hours, leaving us still 100 hours less than our secondary teachers. Another problem this causes is demand on the substitute system that is already experiencing shortages. The gain of 18 hours is truly not a total gain because we have to prepare for that time that we would have off. I would like to recommend a rotation system that would include a technology teacher, utilizing existing teachers, and support time for enrichment and intervention strategies. But this cannot be done without a cost. As I close, I have one last question. How can our district provide 120 additional support time for half of their employees and not do it for the other half? We are only asking for equal time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mulkey. Our next speaker this evening is Jamelia Chris.
Good evening, Vice Principal Sullins, Dr. Cavazos, and board members. On behalf of Clyde Broaders, Kevin Williams, and Kamika Ward in their absence, myself and Mrs. Broaders is here. We're filing a complaint, and this to speak about a bully assembly that took place back in February 21st of 2014 at Lynn Hill Elementary. We previously met with Principal Morales, Dr. Stephen Warts, and Assistant Superintendent Michael Hill. We as the parents are unhappy with the outcome, and we still haven't got any written proof of any reprimands or disciplinary actions being taken. Back in the beginning of March, we sent letters certified to President Hogg in his absence. We sent certified letters that never got signed for. We never got a response for them. We picked them back up at the post office, sent out another letter. We sent to the P.O. box first. Then we sent one actually here, still no written, no one picked it up, or we hadn't got any response from that. So basically, we are just really wanting to submit our complaint here tonight to you, to the board, and it kind of outlined what we're looking for as far as what we're looking to have done. That's basically it. And we prefer to do it earlier when, like I said, back in March, we kind of wanted to be a little private and not here, but since no one responded to us or anything like this was our only way of finding out, can we get some answers some type of way? So I don't know,
Dr. Cavazos. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Chris, and thank you for being patient with us this evening. It's a long meeting this evening. We have, next speaker up is Ms. Jan Tyler.
Good evening, Vice President Sullins and board members, and Dr. Cavazos. My name is Jan Tyler, and I've been a classroom teacher for 38 years, and I just retired last week from the AISD after 33 years in the classroom. But I'm here tonight because I think the board needs to be made aware of the dire need for additional planning time for elementary level teachers. The board respected the planning time that was needed by the junior high and the high school teachers and decided to reinstate the 90 minutes, which has already been, you can kind of tell we noticed, I guess, because we've all brought it up. Elementary teachers also need the same consideration of their time. This spring, the scheduling committee recommended that each elementary teacher be given a substitute for 18 hours during the next school year. Really? You know, as teachers, as not being teachers, you probably don't realize how much time it goes into planning when you're not going to be in the classroom. Responsible teachers make sure that in their absence, learning continues and that good plans include creating a foundation lesson for the work that the students are going to do independently when you're not there. The rigor of our curriculum, you know, we use that word, but we can't afford to lose time. Even teachers have given feedback when we feel like we have too much staff development or professional time pulled away from our classrooms because it's difficult. You're there the night before many hours, sometimes 8 o'clock, just getting the materials ready because you want it to be a smooth day. You want that to be not a wasted day of instruction. Because of that, I actually retired with 315 sick days because It's not worth it as someone who wants my kids to have a good education. So it doesn't pay not to be at school. So those 18 hours are really not an advantage as far as I'm concerned. It's much, much easier for me to be there to teach my students. The idea of getting subs for teams to have those PLC meetings is a waste of instructional time because I teach 6th grade, and if we're all out for a meeting, education environment is not good that day. The kids know, and when you have everybody out to have a PLC meeting on a team, it's not a very good educational day. I spent this last year trying to address this issue of an additional planning period with AISD staff members. I'm a member of DIDC for the past 3 years, and I brought this issue up with no results, and that's why I'm here tonight before the board. The number one concern when addressed was the fact that it can't cost money, and yet the solution that came from the scheduling committee costs money. I actually created and shared a straw man schedule as a starting point for a discussion of what I thought would be a good plan to add an additional conference time. It maintained the same instructional minutes per day as we have now, and it dismissed elementary students at 2:45. The remaining 50 minutes each day would allow for true vertical alignment, a time for PLCs, and a time to tackle all the demands that a teacher has at the end of every day. If a teacher is meeting the requirements of her curriculum, then there is no time during the day to answer emails, to grade papers, to complete RTI instructional plans, to write lesson plans, to create teaching materials, to develop assessments, to disaggregate scores, and the list goes on and on and on, and other people have mentioned that. All of these tasks are completed during non-contract time. One of the main reasons I retired was that not because I was tired of teaching. I love teaching, and this was a very emotional decision for me to make, but my family time and my friend time were eroding, and I'm old. So 2 years ago, I actually had to resign from teaching at my church on Wednesday nights for religious ed because I couldn't get there at 7 o'clock. I was constantly calling my co-teacher to say I can't be there. I had to get a substitute. So I could no longer meet that commitment of teaching religious ed, and I'd been doing it since 1989. And that was hard, but they did find another job for me on Sundays teaching confirmation class. So as the school district, they're resourceful. I don't want to come across as whining, but I do want to plead before you that we need help and we need your understanding to add additional conference time for elementary teachers. They deserve it. As employees of this school district, as we said, equal time. We're just requesting the same professional time that's been afforded the secondary teachers to do their job. And thanks for the dyslexic teachers. As a 6th grade teacher, the 5th graders that came out of the old dyslexic program, beautiful, wonderful performing students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tyler. Our final speaker this evening is Cody Banduzzi, is that right? Close.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos, Vice President Sullins, and members of the board. My name is Cody Banduzzi. I am the Instructional Data Specialist from Piercy Elementary and have been with AISD for 13 years. Last week, I attended the board meeting with this group of ladies back here and several others. Afterwards, we had the pleasure of speaking with Mr. Barron, Dr. Reich, and later, Vice President Sullins. I would like to share with the entire board portions of the email that we sent following that meeting and the reason we are here again this evening. Instructional Consultation Teams, or ICT, came to AISD under the name Restart in the 2001-2002 school year. Our goal has been to enhance, improve, and increase student and staff performance through a very thorough, systematic problem-solving process, which includes collaboration, instructional assessments, goal setting, targeted interventions, and frequent monitoring of student progress. We believe that the most effective way to impact student growth is through providing daily, on-campus, embedded, individualized professional development for teachers so that they are empowered to address the concerns for many students. Most, if not all, of our teachers continue to use the assessments, interventions, and progress monitoring strategies that they learned while working through the ICT process because our data shows it strongly increases the academic success for our students. We have had funding which allowed for us to provide subs to teachers for collaboration and for professional development throughout the school year. However, this year all of the funding was taken away. We had no more budget money for instructional support purchases, collaboration, or professional development. Our salaries and online tracking system were the only things funded for this year. 2 of our campuses, including mine, used MPE autonomy to repurpose funds by creating new job descriptions. The new positions, instructional data specialist and instructional support specialist, were written to include the ICT duties as well as more campus-level instructional and data-related duties. They have been implemented with integrity and have been very effective in providing the necessary campus-level support for our teachers. Fast forward to May. Classroom teachers were placed on the surplus list due to projected enrollments and were placed in nearly all of the open positions on May 14th. The very next day, we were called to the central admin building and were told that our positions, including those created on the MPE campuses, were no longer funded for this next year, and that we would also be placed on the surplus teaching list without the positions still available. Most of us expected that the ICT positions would be dissolved because of the licensing costs involved, but we thought that one of the newly created positions would be presented as an option. We were not expecting for all the on-campus support to be completely removed. We strongly believe that all campuses need instructional support personnel on campus daily to help with these teachers that are so frustrated. Teachers cannot leave their classrooms to provide the kind of support and professional development that we are able to do. With the implementation of the instructional model, our expertise will be invaluable as these processes are nearly identical. We are also the RTI facilitators on our 11 campuses with more than 600 students served by RTI. We understand the RTI process and are the ones who help the teachers, counselors, and administrators navigate this process. Through RTI, we ensure that all students have the level of support that they need to be successful. And through our collaborative problem-solving skills, we ensure that teachers are equipped to meet those needs. Although Title I campuses will continue to have support from their instructional coaches, they too will need the RTI facilitators to be on campus daily so that they are able to meet their growing RTI needs. Non-Title I campuses without an ICT manager have an RTI facilitator on campus only 1 day per week, and according to the principals and the teachers that we have spoken with from some of those campuses, that model does not work to affect real change in the classrooms. When we leave our non-Title I schools, we will leave them with no instructional or RTI support whatsoever. We are here because we are asking you to recognize the need for campus support for all teachers of our schools. The teacher leader and interventionist position that was delayed until spring would provide campuses with that needed daily support, but only for the 3 junior high campuses. I pray that you address this issue with a sense of urgency as this support is needed for elementaries at the beginning of next school year. We've all been placed now in teaching positions, but I feel strongly about being a support at the campus level, and I know that my colleagues feel the same. We are a very highly skilled group that is willing and ready to apply for positions that would allow us to continue to provide the needed staff development for instruction, intervention, and RTI at the campus level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe we have another card. I had 2 together here. Cindy Kalaluka. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Sullins, Dr. Cavazos, and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Cindy Kalaluka. I teach first grade at Dunn Elementary. I've been in AISD for 25 years, all in kindergarten and first grade. There's nothing more important to me than the welfare of my students, except maybe the welfare of my family. And if you ask them, it's debatable which order that goes in. My students become part of my family. I still receive Christmas cards from families on a yearly basis. I receive graduation invitations, wedding invitations, and even baby announcements. I am very proud to have been an important part of these students' lives. And I'm proud of AISD for setting goals and striving to be an exemplary school district. Our students deserve that. I'm here tonight to speak to you on behalf of many teachers who are striving to do their very best for students each day. We appreciate the abundance of resources, technology, and training that the district provides for us. We also appreciate that you listen to our feedback. For instance, offering paid mandatory training in the summer and on weekends when we told you how difficult it was to be pulled from our classrooms and to prepare for that. What we need now is time to plan and incorporate all of the exceptional information that we've been given. One of the important concepts that we've learned this past year in our training is the gradual release model. There are 4 components to this model. I do, we do again, and you do. The first component, I do, is the teacher demonstration of the skill to be mastered. The second component, we do, is the teacher guiding the students through the skill. The third component, we do, is also working together, but allowing the student to be as independent as possible and only stepping in when they need your help. And the fourth, you do, is the student successfully completing the project independently and the skill set independently. Most teachers do this automatically, but having it labeled and outlined like this has been very helpful to us. We've been reminded how crucial the we do steps are in this model, and rightfully so. As we struggle to fit the ever-growing requirements into our day, these steps often get squeezed out. However, without them, the independent step is not successful, and we wind up spending precious time reteaching instead. I propose that we teachers need the same guidance to be successful with the training that we are given. We cannot be expected to successfully incorporate all of the new ideas that after hearing them once. We need time to collaborate with our teammates, using the information that we have gained at training and incorporating it into our teaching. That would be our we do step. We need time to revisit and refine these new skills, our second redo, until we are able to use them and they become second nature, and we would be successfully independent as well. Another important concept that we have learned in our training is intentional teaching. This concept requires that we select each book, lesson, and individual activity for the day with a specific goal in mind, and that we state those learning goals to our students. It's ideal for maximum learning. It's straightforward and very logical. However, when you realize that the day of an elementary school student includes word study, reading demonstration, shared reading, guided reading, literacy stations, writing demonstration, individual writing and conferencing, math lesson, math practice, math journal, math stations, science lessons, science activity or journals, or social studies lessons and social study activities, this becomes extremely overwhelming to plan intentionally for each of those. Our 50-minute planning period, as well stated by others, does not begin to cover this. My contract hours are from 8:05 to 3:35, but I feel like I'm leaving early any day that I leave my classroom before 5. I spend several hours on Saturday in the building, and I always thought it was because I was attention deficit and I was too distracted when other people were in the building. But I'm beginning to understand that I'm not the only one. I may be the only one at the building, but I'm not the only one spending hours of my own time. Thank you. That was my end time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you for coming out this evening. Again, I'd like to thank all our speakers for staying with us this evening and sharing your thoughts. We move forward now to the next part of our agenda this evening, which is the superintendent's report. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, Vice President Stallings. And this evening, I'd like to share some information about our district, and we'll have some pictures up there on the screen. Butler 6th grade student Donna Berry was honored last week for winning the North Central Texas Council of Government art contest, and her artwork will be featured on the front cover of the NCTCOG. How's that for a acronym there? Annual Transportation Magazine, Progress of North Texas. In the art contest, students were asked to illustrate how they think they will get to work on their 40th birthday, since COG is celebrating their 40th anniversary. Congratulations to Donna. Last week, Johns Elementary had a special presentation of Gail Hibbets for devoting 51 years to the Arlington ISD. Mrs. Hibbets was part of the first faculty at Johns, and she continues to tutor at Johns and other schools even after her retirement. Thank you for your dedication and success of our students and your contribution, Mrs. Hibbets. Over the weekend, we had graduation ceremonies for each of our high schools, and I'll tell you that observing those students walk the stage and the families and the community gathered together is just exceptional. I want to thank all the staff that's involved with that, and we know it begins at elementary school level. So by all means, it's a system-wide accomplishment and culmination of a lot of learning. On Tuesday morning, we were honored in our administration and annex employees. We honored them for individuals who had 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and 35 years of service. We also honored our retirees. These are central office and annex employees. It was a great event that we celebrated our employees that really many times are behind the scenes, and we want to thank them for all that they do, and that was just a special event, and thank you for joining us, the board members that could join us. Finally, last Tuesday, we had the Wall of Fame induction ceremony. The ballroom at the PDC was filled with students and teachers who have gained state or national recognition for everything from running track to playing golf, football, competing in academic decathlon, or step team. Take time as you are in the building to see those pictures out in the hallway in our Wall of Fame, and we had probably the largest attendance we've had ever for our Wall of Fame ceremony. So thank everyone, and congratulations to everyone who's on the Wall of Fame. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Are there school board members with reports this evening? Looks like they're tired. So, okay, Dr. Reich, do we have any items? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you. Keisha, Ms. Mays.
Thank you. I just want to state that being a first-time trustee and having an opportunity to attend all 6 graduations was extremely exciting to me. A lot of people ask, oh my gosh, 6? And I'm like, yeah, but it was only 6 and it didn't really feel like it. But I just wanted to comment that it was so exciting because as a new trustee, it shows a picture of here's exactly what we're here to do. See the student come into the system, whether it's pre-K, kindergarten, or whatever part of the system they enter into, but then to see them accomplish what we're all here to do, and that's to make sure that they walk across that stage with whatever their choices are, whether it's college, work, whatever their choice is, they now have that opportunity to do that. I also think it's nice to be a trustee for a while to be reminded once again of why we're here and to have that opportunity. So I really, really enjoyed being able to share that with parents and students at all the graduations. And I also enjoyed being at the Wall of Fame and having an opportunity to shake the hands of the students walking across the stage.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Mace. Seeing no other lights, I will check with Dr. Reich. Do we have any items to consider for our next meeting?
No, we did have the 80, 90, and 100% participation on the wellness opt-ins, but our Cracker Jack staff got that already for us, so we're taken care of.
That could be a good nickname. Okay. Thank you to everyone who's been here with us this evening. It is 11:26, and we will now move to a closed section pursuant to sections 551.071, consultation with the attorney to seek and receive legal advice, 551.072, discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, and 551.074, consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear complaints or charges against a public officer or employee. All of the Texas Government Code for the following purposes: cause number 2013-004-100-1, Arlington Independent School District versus Preakness Pace, LLC, in the County Court at Law, number 1, Tarrant County, Texas, will not be returning to open session this evening. Thank you.